So in this topic, we will discuss how the bank master data is maintained in SAP. Uh, the bank master data means the master data of the bank accounts that client maintains for its business transactions, incoming payments and outgoing to facilitate the incoming and outgoing payments. So to define the bank master data, we have to go to SAP, and the menu path is SAP Easy Access, then accounting, financial accounting, banks, master data, house bank and house bank accounts, and this is the transaction code FI12 underscore H bank, manage house banks. So double click on it. Here you have to enter your company code, then continue, then go to new entries. We'll have to check first what bank account we have, GL we have maintained. So we have maintained GL for Kotak Bank. Okay. So you have to provide a code for house bank. Here we will provide K2345. Okay. So it is a 5-digit code, alphanumeric code you can provide to your bank. Then the country region where the bank is situated. Bank key, it can be an IFSC code used to use to use in the online payments, or it can be any identification key that you can able to identify the house bank. So it, if you are defining it as a IFSC code, then it should be 11-digit code. Okay, so this is will be the bank key. Now select create. Here for bank master data, you have to provide a complete address of the bank where the client have is maintaining his business accounts. So Kotak Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, then branch can be uh, Hill Road, you can say Bandra, street number, street or house number, then postal code, it is important, then city, region if it is there. This Swift code is not a mandatory in India, but if you are maintaining it for foreign companies, foreign countries, you might need to enter. Okay, so this information you will get it from client. So continue. System is showing you a warning that you have not maintained a bank number. So we have not yet specified the bank account number. That warning system is showing to us. Continue, then click on save, create request, define house bank, or you can say define house bank master data. Save and continue. We'll create another house bank because in another topic we need two bank accounts. So we'll create another one by selecting new entry. Here I will define as SBI 5 and it India, then S SBIN, then create, continue, save, it will be saved. So this is how a master data for bank is created. Any questions?
सर अभी जो एसबीआई का ओपन किया तभी वो ट्रांजेक्ट रिक्वेस्ट आया नहीं था क्या?
हाँ, क्योंकि हम वो कस्टमाइजेशन में ही थे ना,
अच्छा।
हमने पूरा एग्जिट नहीं किया था। वहीं जहाँ पे बैंक ये हमें डिस्प्ले दिखा, यही से न्यू एंट्री में गए ना, यहाँ से बैक
अच्छा,
करके करते तो हमें वो रिक्वेस्ट दिखता।
तो ट्रांजिट रिक्वेस्ट का जरूरत है क्या नहीं, मतलब इस टाइम पे, सेकंड टाइम पे?
आप बताइए, अभी इतना टॉपिक हो गया है हमारा, तो
हाँ।
आप बताइए ट्रांजिट कस्टमाइजेशन रिक्वेस्ट का यूज है या नहीं।
वो पैचेस बनता है, उसके बाद में अगर कुछ उसमें डिफॉल्ट आएगा तो अपन उसको पैचेस सेंड सेंड करना पड़ता है ना, तो
हम्म।
इसलिए अपन वो बनाते हैं सब।
हाँ, तो यूज है ना।
हाँ, लेकिन ये टाइम आपने बनाया नहीं, इसलिए मैं पूछा।
बनाया ना, जब
फर्स्ट
कोटक
वाला बनाया,
बैंक,
सेकंड?
तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ, आप एक ही कस्टमाइजेशन एक्टिविटी में काम कर रहे हो, आपने
अच्छा।
दो हाउस बैंक्स बनाए, तो सिस्टम दोबारा आपको क्यों पूछेगा।
अच्छा, एक ही अभी एक ही इसमें वो रिवाइज हो गया।
हाँ, उसी में हो गया
ओके।
वो।
ओके।
ओके। सो आपको ऐसे दो जितने भी आपके क्लाइंट के बैंक अकाउंट्स होंगे, बिजनेस अकाउंट्स विद बैंक, आपको ऐसे बैंक मास्टर डेटा क्रिएट करना है। क्लियर?
यस सर।
ओके। देन next we have to define the house bank. House bank means the the company's bank account details that are maintained with the bank. Similar details are maintained in the SAP. That is called, why it is called the house bank. In house bank creation, we will assign the bank account number. Then we will also assign the GL to the bank master data, on which GL the bank reconciliation transactions will be posted. How it works, I'll explain you the concept practically. So, in earlier versions, the uh, creation of house bank, this activity was performed in traditional SAP GUI screen. So, this is called traditional SAP GUI screen. Okay, but now it is transferred or it is shifted to the SAP NetWeaver business client. Okay, so how to do it? Let's understand. So to manage house bank and house bank accounts, you have to select this transaction code FI12. Double click on it, then go to position, find your company code, select this and double click on house bank. So system will show you list of house banks master data maintained for your company code. So select the house bank, and so before moving on to this, go to another session and create another GL for your second house bank. So select
Okay.
this bank GL and click on copy. Here I will provide a number 4. Purposely I left two numbers blank. Why? I will explain shortly. Continue. Just change the
SBI Bank.
description. SBI bank account, State Bank of India account. Press enter and then save. Okay. So back to house bank creation. Select this house bank and double click on bank accounts. Con- Continue with the information, and here you will find a blank records. So click on create bank account. So your browser will be web browser will be open. If you get this message, click on advance and select this link. Here you have to system will take you to a web-based platform where which is called the SAP NetWeaver. So here in S4 HANA, few customization activities for house bank account were shifted to SAP NetWeaver from traditional SAP GUI. So here you have to log in with your same credentials with which you log in for your SAP GUI. Select this accessibility and then log on. So this type uh, uh, program or GUI will be open. Here you have to maintain the bank details of business account that your client is maintaining with the bank. So like the details that are mentioned on the bank statement or the bank master data of the bank master data that is mentioned on the bank passbook or a bank statement of the client's business account. So here first you have to start with the opening date, the date on which the bank account for the company code is open. So here I'm selecting the fiscal year start date. Here you have to enter your company code and then press enter. This data will be auto populated. Then you have to provide the country where the client's bank is situated. Then the bank key you will get it from here. If you go back, you can copy this and paste it over here. If it is not get pasted, you have to write KKBK 1 2 3 4 5 1 8.
कंट्रोल वाई और सी से होता है ना वो?
नहीं, कभी कभी डिसेबल्ड रहता है तो नहीं होता है.
ओके.
Then currency, in which currency client is maintaining his bank account. Account number the bank account number, it can be a 15 digit or 17 digit, depend on the bank. Then account description, Kotak current account. Then account type you have to select from here. So you have to select the nature of account that client is maintaining for his business transactions. So select current account, and this details also is generated from the bank master, that data that we have defined. So scroll up, then go to house bank account connectivity, then click on add. So here you have to define the bank account. So here you can define the same code, or you can define a different code. Then here you have to assign the GL account. So enter the chart of account and then click on go. It will show you list of GL accounts that you have maintained for your company code. Then you have to select the GL Kotak Bank. So any other data under this heads, if it is required for your for client's business transaction, that you have to maintain over here. Then back to general data. Any questions still here?
No, sir.
Okay. Click on save. The bank account is created. So if you go to SAP GUI and now go back and go to this code, display house banks and house bank accounts, double click on it, position, then company code, select the entry, double click on house banks, select bank house bank and double click on bank accounts. So here it will update the GL account, bank account number, currency, then these details that we have maintained in bank. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So we'll do this process for our second bank also. So you will get a better idea how to do it. So double click on this, then position DL4, select this, then house banks, select and sorry, select
SBI.
SBI and then double click on bank accounts, continue, create bank account. System now directly take you to this GUI.
Interface.
Okay. So since you have already logged in, so you don't have to log in again. So here also you need to define the opening date. So I'll define the fiscal year start date, and for company code, I will enter the company code, press enter, then country IN, then SBIN 1 2 3 4 5, and I think 15 I have given. Yes. Then currency INR, bank account number, then description SBI current account, account type current account, then scroll up, house bank account connectivity, add SBI 5. Here also you need to assign the GL account, enter your chart of account, then click on go, and State Bank of India account, back to general data, and then save. The account is created. So if you back here and go to display house banks, select company code, double click on house banks, select house bank, and then double click on bank accounts. So you will find all the details were entered. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Why we assign this GL account? Because when you post a run a bank reconciliation program to reconcile uh, bank your bank account with your bank passbook, then there are few entries which are automatically entered, like bank charges and all, or you have to enter that. For that reason, the bank account GL is assigned. It is called the main bank GL account where the reconciliation postings were made. Okay, for that reason, we have to assign this bank GL account. Clear?
सर सर एक मिनट
हाँ.
अभी ये मैंने मतलब मेरे कंपनी में ये होता है, एक तो मेन अकाउंट होता है, एक आउटगोइंग पेमेंट होता है और एक इनकमिंग पेमेंट होता है, तो इसके लिए ये यूज होएगा क्या?
यस.
ओके।
आपको वो कॉन्सेप्ट पता है, मतलब अगले टॉपिक में वो आने वाला है,
ठीक है, ठीक है,
उसका रिलेवेंस आने वाला है, तो तभी हम डिस्कस करेंगे.
ठीक है।
So it is clear how
यस
to create house banks.
यस सर।
Okay. So you can directly close because there is, I think, no. Okay. Log off button is not there. Okay. You can directly close this. So now we will discuss the next topic, that is automatic payment program. So it is a tool that SAP S4 HANA Finance have provided to the company, to the end users or to the business users, that with this tool you can make bulk payments for overdue vendors. Okay, for a single as well as multiple company codes. Both international and national payments can be made, and this program is flexible enough. It has a features which is flexible enough s- so that the the payment features can be vary from country to country, such as payment methods, then payment forms and data carrier specifications. Data carrier specifications means the medium that you use to send direct payment instructions to the bank. Okay, the payment instructions are directly sent to the bank. A paperless payment instructions sent to the bank, that is called the data carriers. So these are the some data carriers: data medium exchange, uh, electronic data interchange. These are the data carriers. So there are two methods. It is an interview question. Uh, there are two methods by which you can make payment to vendors. One is manual payment, that is done with transaction code F-53 that we have seen. By check, you can make payment or you can use bank transfer, but usually the check payment methods is followed. What happens in manual payments? First, you have to enter the invoice, then you have to individually analyze the each vendor's account to for due dates and to analyze the which are the invoices are overdue or which are due for payments according to the payment terms. Then the invoices due for payment are prepared for review, and when the payments are approved, you have to issue the payments. So this process is involved in manual payment method. But what automation this tool that is called automatic payment program provides, what automation it provides to the business users. Here the open items which is overdue according to the payment terms are automatically sorted, or then, and it is automatically paid also. Okay, you don't need to manually perform the scrutiny for open items, whether they are due or not, at what are their payment terms, whether cash discounts are involved or not. You don't have to bother about it. The specifications, the customizations that consultant have made according to the business requirements, that according to the payment procedure or policies that company follows, is informed to the consultant. So the based on that customization, system automatically collects the invoices for payment, and according to the customization payment methods that are set, system will automatically post the payment documents. Based on payment posted document, posted payment document, you have to print media. Means if it is a check payment, then you have to print the check, or if it is online transfer, then you have to transfer the payment to the through the available uh, data medium data carriers. That is, the standard one that are used are data medium exchange, and the second one is electronic data interchange. So this is what is all about automatic payment program. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So we'll see what are the customizations involved to set up this automatic payment program. So there are 5 steps involved. These are the listed 5 steps. And to perform this customization, you have to go to this transaction code, or you can access through the IMG activity also. So we will use this transaction code. So go to transaction code FBZP, and these are the steps involved. So first step is all company codes. Go to new entries. Here you have to define for which company code you are defining this customization. Then here there are two concepts: sending company code and paying company code. What are they mean? Can you elaborate?
नो सर, नो आइडिया।
At least make a try. Think. You can elaborate at least about paying company code.
सर वो अभी कंपनी जो क्रिएट किया है डेल 4, उसमें जो डेटा बना है मतलब एसबीआई बैंक और कोटक बैंक,
Hmm.
तो उसमें वो पेइंग फीस डालना पड़ेगा शायद, या कोड डालना पड़ेगा, ऐसा कुछ रहेगा।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, बैंक का इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये सिर्फ कंपनी कोड के बारे में बात हो रही है।
सर ऐसा तो नहीं है ना, ये सेंडिंग कंपनी कोड मतलब ईमेल जाएगा उनको, और पेइंग मतलब ऑटोमेटिकली वो कंपनी कोड में एंट्री जाएगा।
नहीं नहीं, आप सिर्फ पेइंग कंपनी कोड के बारे में सोचिए और बताइए आपके हिसाब से क्या होना चाहिए। पेइंग कंपनी कोड का मतलब क्या है? वहां लिखना क्या है वो मैं बता दूंगा, लेकिन उसका मतलब क्या है?
मतलब ये कंपनी कोड को पे करने का, ऐसा सब बोल रहे हैं पेइंग।
आप बताइए ना। हम ये ट्रांजैक्शन क्यों कर रहे हैं? वेंडर को पेमेंट करने के लिए।
हाँ।
तो ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट में तो बता दीजिए क्या होगा पेइंग कंपनी कोड, मतलब क्या होगा उसका। नहीं आ रहा है?
नहीं सर।
Paying company code means the company who is paying to the vendors. So in our case, it is DL4. Our company is paying to its vendors, correct?
यस सर।
And the sending company is the company who is paying on behalf of our company, paying company.
अच्छा।
So suppose there are uh, relation between two companies as subsidiary and holding. Okay. So if the holding company is paying on behalf of subsidiary company to the vendors of subsidiary company, then the holding company will be sending company and the paying company will be the subsidiary, because the, the purchase transaction was executed between paying company and vendor. Okay. So the, or you can say, from within between sending subsidiary company and its vendor, the transaction is executed between these two parties. So holding company is a different entity. Okay, but that holding company is paying on behalf of subsidiary company to the vendor of subsidiary company. So in that relation, it is one of the example. So in this case, the holding company will be sending company. Clear?
तो सेंडिंग कंपनी मतलब ये मीडिएटर रहेगा क्या, कोई तो दूसरा कंपनी का अपना
Mediate?
कंपनी?
नहीं नहीं, it is not a mediator. If he, if any one company is paying on behalf of the second company.
मतलब ये इंटर कंपनी रिलेटेड है क्या, ऐसा कुछ है क्या? नहीं समझा।
Mm, it can be intercompany related. Okay. But to understand it, the holding and subsidiary company will be the best example.
ठीक है।
Still confusion? Hello?
हाँ सर,
Okay. Okay, I'll make it easy. So, suppose you, you want to buy a four-wheeler. Okay.
ओके सर।
You went to the car showroom, you have uh, selected the cars, you have uh, made the down payment and all. Okay.
सर।
Okay, you have booked the car, or let skip aside the payment. You have booked the car. The transaction is between you and the car showroom.
यस सर।
Okay, but now your father makes the payment for
ओके।
the car to the uh, car showroom.
ओके।
So what happens? The transaction is between you and the car showroom, but your father pays on behalf of you.
ओके।
So your father, in if you put it in this case, then your father will be the sending company. You will be the paying company.
ओके।
Now it's clear?
यस सर। सर अभी ये सेंडिंग कंपनी जरूरी है क्या, मतलब अगर
No, it is not a mandatory field,
ओके।
but you can enter.
ओके।
Okay? It's not a mandatory field. System might give you an information that you have not defined the sending company code.
ओके। ओके।
So if it is there is no sending, the the sending company code is not different than your paying company code, enter the same code.
ओके सर।
Okay, so now this concept is clear.
यस।
Okay, so separate payment per business area, like dunning notice. We have discussed that if you have a different dunning areas, like we have took an example of branch offices. So here also, a business area, if you have transactions with the vendor with your different business areas, like if it's a branch offices, so there is a transaction between you and vendor for Mumbai branch. There is another transaction between you and vendor for Calcutta branch. So now these are your business areas, and if you want that for the each transaction that belongs to the individual business area, the system should make payments separately. Okay, if you want that kind of a configuration, then you have to select this checkbox. Payment method or supplier. If you have defined any specific payment method for your in your vendor master record, that this vendor should be paid with online transfer only. So those vendors for whom you have specified a specific method for payment, then system will not consider any other payment method. It will pay to that vendor with the payment method that is specified in the vendor master. So if you want to maintain this configuration, then you have to select this checkbox. Clear?
यस सर।
Cash discount for tolerances and tolerances. Tolerance days payable. If your customer have provided you, vendor have given you some grace periods. So you can enter that great periods over here. So these if any invoice falls within that grace period, then it will be ignored for payment. Outgoing payment with cash discount from. For example, if uh, you have your vendors have given you multiple percentage of discounts in their payment terms. Some in vendors are offering a discount at 5%. Some uh, vendors are offering discount at 7%. Some are 9, some are 10. Okay. So every vendor's discount payment terms are different. Here, if you want to set that, say, we set an example 8%. If you set here 8%, then while considering discount for payment postings, during payment postings, system will ignore the discounts that are below 8%. It will pay 100% to the vendors for that particular transaction. Okay, so that is the purpose. The third one is maximum cash discount. Out of the different cash discounts, different percentage of cash discounts that your different vendors have allowed you, you want that only maximum cash discount will be considered. Then you can check this cash discount. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Then vendors, special GL transactions to be paid. Here, if you want that while making payment to the vendors, system should consider the advance payments made to the vendors. Okay, if you have a transaction of 50,000 and you have already made an advance payment of 20,000, and you have a payment terms that the 20,000 to be paid in advance and balance payment will be paid after the material is received to you. So if this kind of payments are there, then and these kind of payments you have already made, the vendor account consists any advance payment, and if you want that this payment should be considered while calculating the due amount, then you have to select this, the A for down payments, F for down payment request, and P for payment request. Okay, so we will discuss these topics later, but if any of the special GLs you want to include, then you can include. So if you want to include, then you have to select this, press Control key, then select F and then P and continue. So now this with this codes A for advance, F for request, and P for payment request. So this transaction will also be considered while paying the overdue amounts. So press enter. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Then select save, create new request, define all company codes for APP, that is automatic payment program. Save and continue. Go back, then paying company codes. New entries. Here you have to specify the paying company code. Then here you have to specify the minimum amount for incoming payment and minimum amount for outgoing payment means if any amount is payable to the vendor below this amount, then it is to be paid through manual payment method. The amount from 101 will only considered for automatic payment program. Clear?
101 डालने का रीजन ऑटोमेटिक प्रॉब्लम के लिए है सर।
Below this amount, if the invoice overdue amount is 100 rupees, then this amount, this invoice will be ignored while making payments for auto, through automatic payment program. For that amount below 101, you have to make payments to vendors manually, and the invoice or the open item that is to be considered for outgoing through payment through uh, APP, the amount should be 101. It is not per invoice amount, it is total amount. If the total overdue amount is below 101, then it should be paid through manual payment method. Or if it is above 100 and if it is 101 and above, then that vendor should be paid through automatic payment program. That is the purpose. Clear? Hello?
यस सर।
Okay. No exchange rate differences, no exchange rate difference part payments.
सर वो
If
एक मिनट सर, वो आगे झार क्यों लिखा है?
हाँ वो ZAR उधर बाय डिफॉल्ट है, कॉन्फ़िगरेशन होने के बाद जब एंटर प्रेस करेंगे तो कंपनी कोड करेंसी आ जाएगा.
ओके ओके।
No exchange rate difference, no exchange rate difference part payments. If you are making payments in foreign currency and if the exchange rate difference arises, means while recording the a transaction in foreign currency, the exchange rate was different. While paying the invoice, the exchange rate was different. So that difference between the two exchange rate is called the foreign exchange difference. If you want to record that difference, then you should not select this checkbox for full payment as well as for part payment. If you do not want to record that exchange rate differences, then you have to select this checkbox. Separate payment for each reference. Suppose there are 5 open items in vendor account. So if you select this checkbox, then for each open item, system will post an individual payment entry. Otherwise, if you do not select this checkbox, then system will post payments for the a single payment for all the 5 open items collectively. That is the meaning. Clear?
यस सर।
Then press enter. Now it have changed. So click on save, create new request, define paying company code settings, save and continue. Payment method in country or region. So these are the various payment methods. Some are user defined. So these are the special characters. So these are the user defined payment methods. And so these are list of payment methods. You can create your own payment methods also. but we will follow this payment terms S and T. So what it defines? So double click on it is for India. Okay. So double click on this payment method S. If you want to specify a new payment method for your company code for check payments. Okay. Then you can go to new entries. You have to specify the country, then a single digit code. It can be numeric, it can be alphabetic, and then the description. Here it is defined as check, payment method for outgoing payments, payment method classification, check. In SAP, the check is written like this, not CHEQUE. Then if you scroll down, these are the specifications. What specifications you need to maintain in vendor master record, that you have to specify over here, which is the mandatory requirements, so that this payment can be made through this payment method. Here these are the SAP defined document types ZP and ZV for down document type for payment through automatic payment program, and clearing document through automatic payment program. So you have to create a number ranges for these two document types, so that the documents can be posted if the payment is made through APP for through check payment method. So these are the properties you need to maintain for check payment method. Any question?
No, sir.
Okay. So go back. Second method, bank transfer, code is T. Again, you need to define the country, then payment method code, then description. It is called bank transfer, payment method for outgoing payments, then payment method classification will be bank transfer, and through bank transfer, if you want to make payment to personnels, means the employee reimbursements. If you have maintained the employee masters as vendors, okay, and for the reimbursements, and if you want that these employee masters can also be considered for reimbursement payments, then you can allow this checkbox in bank transfer method. Scroll down. So in vendor master record, if to pay the payments through bank transfer method, the bank details required, and under bank details the account number should be maintained. So vendor bank account details should be maintained in vendor master record. Then the document types will be same. Some data medium exchange is defined through which payments can be processed. The payment instructions can be sent to bank. Okay. So any questions?
सर अभी अकाउंट नंबर रिक्वायर्ड इस पर टिक किया हुआ है ना, तो
Hmm.
वेंडर मास्टर जब भी बनाएंगे तो वेंडर मास्टर में अकाउंट नंबर कंपलसरी रहेगा.
Yes.
ओके.
If you want to pay to the vendor through bank transfer. Okay.
ओके.
Another configuration in this method you need to understand is currencies allowed. So double click on it. The company code currency will be auto allowed, but if you want to make payments to your foreign vendors in any foreign currency, that currency you need to define. So go to new entries and you need to define the currencies through in which you want to make payment to your foreign vendors through payment method bank transfer. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after making necessary changes, click on save. Okay. So we are not making any changes. So just go back. Payment methods in company code. So out of these payment methods that you have configured for your country, then you have to assign these payment methods to your paying company code. So select this payment methods in company code, go to new entries, define the paying company code, and then payment method S for check. Here minimum amount will be 101, and here if your client has a business a payment practice that the any amount up to rupees 5 lakhs should be paid through check payment method, and any amount above 5 lakh should be paid through bank transfer. If you want, if your client have such an uh, parameters, then you have to define the maximum amount up to which the payments to should be made to vendors through payment method check. So here we are allowing the maximum amount, not a 5 lakh or any low amount. We are allowing a full amount. Okay. So that's it. These configurations are only maintained for check. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Then select next entry, then enter paying company code, and here the payment will be T, that is bank transfer. Here also we will specify the same amounts because we don't have any other business practices like up to this amount the check should payment should be made through check amount or something. Okay. The additional configuration here what you need to maintain is foreign business partner allowed and foreign currencies allowed. If you want that the payments postings to be made in foreign currency, you need to select this checkbox for bank transfer. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after defining these methods, click on save, create new request, define payment methods for company code for APP. Save and continue. Now we go to configuration bank determination. Here we will define the bank determinations. So go to position, find your company code and select this. Select your company code and click on bank accounts. Go to new entries. First, you have to define your house bank. So first is Kotak. So you have to define the code. Then payment method, that is S. Then currency. Then account ID will be same. Then for same bank, house bank, payment method will be T, INR. Then SBI, payment method check, INR. Then now for each payment method, we have to assign the bank sub account. Okay. For that, we have to go to GL creation. So this GL, that is Kotak Bank account, is called the main bank GL account. So select this, then click on copy, give the next number and change the description as Kotak Bank check payment. Then save it. Then the next GL that you have to define is Kotak Bank online transfer. Save it. Similar GLs you have to prepare for SBI account. So why we need these GL accounts, these sub GL accounts? Uh, while discussing the any previous this topic, while discussing bank account, you are saying something. So you know the answer. What what is the need to we need to create these sub GL accounts for banks?
तो ऑनलाइन पेमेंट करेंगे तो ऑनलाइन वाला जीएल यूज करेंगे।
Hmm.
और चेक पेमेंट करेंगे तो चेक पेमेंट का जीएल यूज करेंगे।
Correct. Then fill. Then what is the use of main bank GL account?
सर इनका जो भी अकाउंट में से ट्रांजैक्शन हो जाएंगे बाद में वो ट्रांसफर करेंगे मेन अकाउंट में।
Okay. Okay, you know the whatever you said is correct, but I just put it in. technically right. So these sub GL accounts you required to record all the day-to-day transactions through this payment methods, whether it is if the payment is made or received to check payment. So then you need a separate GL accounts to record the check payment made and to record a separate GL to record the check payment received. Similarly for bank transfer. Why we need this? Because these GLs will record all the unreconciled transactions which are not yet cleared with the bank. And when the bank reconciliation program is run, the bank reconciliation activity is performed, define and we define that out of those transactions, which transactions are cleared with the bank, those cleared transactions are posted on main bank GL account. With this, the we can ensure that the main bank GL account will always display a reconciled balance with the bank. Clear? That is the purpose. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Clear? So now we will assign these GLs for check payment method through Kotak Bank. We will assign GL as Kotak Bank account check payment. For online transfer, we will assign the GL online transfer. Similar for SBI Bank. Press enter. If you have a foreign transactions and you are making payments in foreign transactions, then for bank payment method T, you have to specify the GL assignments for foreign transactions also. It may be same GLs or it can be a different GLs to record foreign transactions, foreign currency transactions. Then select ranking order. Double click on it. Go to new entries. First, I will specify and then explain. Here I have specified for both the account for the both the payment methods which bank to be considered first while paying check payments, while making payments to through check payment, and which bank to be considered first while making payment through online transfer. That is called the ranking order. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then select available amounts. Double click on it. Go to new entries. Here you have to specify the house bank, then house bank account, days 999, currency INR. Here I have specified the in both the house banks what is the available amount for outgoing payment. Okay, clear?
सर क्या बोला है 10 लाख 1 करोड़ जो डाला है
Hmm.
वो किस लिए बोल रहे हो?
It is available amount. Up to this amount, you can make the payments.
अच्छा, ओके।
Okay, it is available account amount in the bank.
ओके
Okay, then go to folder expenses or charges. If uh, you are aware that when you make payment through online transfer, say RTGS, NEFT, IMPS, bank will bank charges some service amount. Okay, the service that bank is providing to you, bank is will charge some amount. Bank will have some amount parameters that up to this amount, this much amount is charged. Say up to 1 lakh or 2 lakh, there is payment called NEFT. Then 5 rupees charges will be there. Then about 2 lakh up to 1 crore or 10 lakh, there will be a 10 rupees. From 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs, there will be 15 rupees. So this way bank will charge you the service charges. Okay, that service that bank is providing to you for making online payments. So if you want to recover these charges from vendors by deducting that amount from the payment amount, then you can specify the amounts over here, like charges, then what is the amount limit, what is currency, and what is the charges. It is charge indicator, then amount, currency, and see, for example, the bank charges 5 rupees for online payments up to rupees 2 lakhs. So here the amount will be 2 lakhs, currency will be INR, and charges will be 5 rupees. Okay, clear?
सर।
Okay. So if it is there as a business requirement, you can define, or else the basic requirements that we have specified. So click on save, create request, specify bank determination for APP, save and continue. So to manage or to run the APP, it is a periodic activity. So it can be run based on the payment schedule that a company follows, whether it is paying to its vendor on weekend, month end, or any period end, say quarter end or something. So depending on the payment schedule that company follows, uh, this periodic activity can be performed. So before running this process, we have to perform one additional activity, that is two customization activity. First, we have seen that for payment methods, there is a new document type that we have seen, ZP and ZV. For first, we have to create the number ranges for it. So go to transaction code OBA7 for document types, then go to position, enter document type ZP, continue. So double click on it. The number range will be 20. Go back. Then ZV payment clearing. Double click on it. So number range is same. So again back to ZP and select this number range information. System will take you to transaction code FBN1, number range for accounting documents. Then enter your company code, click on change intervals, insert line number range 20, then fiscal year, and numbers will be 2001 to 2100, and then save it. Then the next customization that we have to define is that we have to assign the payment methods in vendor master record. So go to transaction code business partner, find business partner by supplier number, select supplier number by company code, click on start. This is the supplier, double click on it. So it is open in change mode. If it is open in display mode, then you have to go to business partner and click on change. So now it is open in change mode. So first you have to select the business partner role, that is supplier financial accounting maintained. Then go to company code tab under vendor payment transactions, under the section automatic payment transaction. Here you have to assign the payment methods. These payment methods we have defined for our company code. So we are assigning both the payment methods. If you want a specific payment methods to be assigned for your vendor, or that would be the agreed terms between your vendor and your company code. Some vendors have the conditions that we need a payment through bank transfer. So in that case, you have to specify this payment method as bank transfer for the vendor. So the payment method is defined. It is another prerequisite to execute the automatic payment program. This vendor master to be considered for automatic payment program. Then for bank transfer method, go to general data, then payment transaction, and here you need to maintain the bank account details of vendor. So bank ID you have to specify, then country, then bank key, select any HDFC bank detail with complete bank account number and all. So double click, then enter the bank account number of the vendor and then press enter. So these bank details were entered. After updating these details in the vendor master, click on save. the changes have been saved.
सर अभी वो रैंकिंग का इसमें आ जाएगा ना, मतलब जो कौन सा फर्स्ट रैंक और सेकंड रैंक इसमें डिफाइन हो जाएगा ना।
किसमें?
जो अभी आप हम लोग ने पहले डिसाइड रैंकिंग बैंक किया था ना, तो पेमेंट के लिए फर्स्ट रैंक वाला वो बैंक पहला जाएगा ना पेमेंट करने के टाइम।
Yes.
ओके।
So these two customizations we have understood. First, we define the number range for the document types that's specified under the payment methods. And then we have updated the payment methods and account details for vendor. Both the customizations clear to you? So now we'll go to the vendor account balance FBL 1N vendor line item display to check if there are any open items exist. All items, then execute. Yes, it does not exist any open items. Okay. Now we have to run the automatic payment program, and for that we have to enter the invoice first. So you will get an question in an interview: at what level you can assign payment terms or payment terms or payment methods to the uh, transaction. For payment methods, I have already explained. The same answer is for uh, terms. I have explained. The same answer is for uh, payment methods. The first level I have described you, that first payment methods you can assign at uh, vendor master level, and now the second level at which you can assign payment methods to transaction is at invoice posting level. So go to transaction FB60 to post vendor invoice. So company code, okay, del 4. Now it will create FB60. First check company code, okay. Now select vendor and we'll enter the invoice date few days back. Then amount I will enter as 50,000, 15,000. Then let me check if any payment terms are assigned. Okay. So after entering the before you enter the GL account, you assign the GL account, go to tab payment terms, payment tabs, and here under the here you can assign payment method S, that is check payment. So this invoice can be paid through check payment only. So now select purchase GL, purchase account GL, then simulate and post. Then we'll post another invoice. It will be for 20,000. Go to payment tab, and here assign payment method as T, that is bank transfer. Then purchase account, simulate and save. This document is also posted. We'll enter another invoice. Here I will not specify any payment method. Simulate and post. So exit. Now if you go to vendor line item display list, refresh, you will find there are three invoices. If you double click on this first invoice, you will find the payment method assigned is S. Then if you double click on this 20,000, you will find the payment method as T. So for both the invoices, we have assigned the payment method at invoice posting level. Now the third level, that is called line item level. If there is an open item, okay, which is not yet cleared, for that open item, you can also assign payment terms. This is the third level. So double click on this, go to change. So here the payment method field is highlighted. It is available for to edit. Then here I will assign the payment method as S. Press enter and then save. So clear the all the three levels where you can assign payment payment method to a transaction.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we will run this automatic payment program to make payments to this vendor for the open items through APP. This is the transaction code. There are four steps in APP. What are they? We will discuss. I will demonstrate to you directly on SAP. So go to transaction code F110. First, you have to specify the run date, on which date you want to run this program. Then the identification code. Then go to parameters. This is the first step. Posting date. On which date you want to post the payment documents. Documents entered up to this date, the documents to be considered for payment program which are posted up to 19th October. Then for which company code you want to run this program, then payment methods, through which payment methods you want to make payments to the vendor. So that is S, shift here, then T, okay, and then continue. Next posting date. If the documents, payment documents are not posted on 19th October, then which date it should be posted? It should always be the next date. That is 20th of December. Sorry, October. Then here you have to specify the range of supplier accounts in from and to column. Up to here, it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Then go to tab additional log. Here you have to select these check boxes. Due date check. With this selection, system will automatically check due dates for the open items that you have specified, for the range of vendor accounts that you have specified in parameters. System will check the due dates for and for the open items for each vendor account. Payment method selection in all cases. First, it will check payment methods specified for the company code. In APP, the FBZP, you have specified the payment methods for paying company code S and T. That first it will check. Then system will check payment method specified in uh, vendor master record. Then it will check the payment method specified for invoice, that is open item. Okay, these are the payment methods in all cases. Okay, and it will compare that the payment methods that you specified in parameters are exist in all these levels. It should match at any level. First, the payment method that you have entered over in parameters, it it should be match with the payment method specified for paying company code. Then it should match at either of the level, either at the vendor master level or either at the invoice level. Okay, so that is meaning of payment method selection in all cases. Payment method selection if not successful. If if system doesn't find payment methods in uh, vendor account or in invoice level, then it will check the payment methods at company code level. So if you go to transaction code FBZP and go to payment methods in company code and double click on it, if the system doesn't find a payment method specified for invoice or in vendor account, then system will you check these parameters. Okay, what is the limit? If the payment amount falls within these parameters for check payment method, system will make payment through check method. If the payments are above the amount is above the parameters set for check payment, then it will make payment through online transfer method. Okay, again it will check whether you have specified the bank account details for vendor in the bank account in the vendor master record. Okay, so these are the this is the meaning of this checkbox. So you have to select either one from the second or third checkbox or third option. Then you need to select the line items of payment documents. So the payment document should be posted separately. Okay, it should be posted as line item, or you can say the line items, the payment details should be updated for the line item, say for which like for the payment amount is paid against which invoice, that is to be updated. That is the meaning of it. Here again you need to enter the account number for the vendor. Let me check. So 504 times 921. In both these columns, 504 times 921. 2-1, I think. Yes, 2-1. Press enter. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So after entering these parameters, click on status, save the parameters. So the parameters were entered. The first process is completed. The second process is to run the schedule the proposal run. So you have to schedule the proposal run when the payment proposals were to be run. You can set a date and time for the proposal run. Okay, to check, allow the system to check the due invoices which are ready for, which is allowable to, which are due for payment. So if you want to run this proposal immediately, so select start immediately and continue. Proposal is running. Press enter. Press enter again. So the payment proposal has been created. So go to display proposal. If this numbers, payment document numbers are created, this means the parameters are matched and the customizations that you perform are correct. If it is, there is an discrepancy, it will display the discrepancy. Okay, then you have to solve the error. If you double click on this payment document, you will find that both the documents are paid through check payment method S, and it is paid, it is to be paid, I think, through SBI. No, the payment, it yes, house bank SBI. Okay, it is picked up through ranking order. If you go to bank determination, position DL4, continue, select, then go to ranking order. This is what you have specified for payment method S. First should be considered as, first bank should be considered as house bank SBI. Same it is considered. Clear? And for both the invoices, you have specified payment method S, so system has picked up that. Then for this payment, the house bank is picked up as Kotak. For payment method T, you have specified the ranking order first as Kotak, so it is picked up accordingly. Clear?
Hello, sir. Nowadays, check payment is not accepting, na?
No, it is accepted.
Okay.
Then the third process, schedule the payment run. Select this. Similarly, you can schedule the date and time for posting the payment documents. If you want to run it immediately, then select start immediately, schedule, press enter. Posting orders, 2 generated, 1 completed. Press enter again, 2 generated, 2 completed. So if you then now go to vendor line item display, list, refresh. So you can see one document is posted for 31,000 and it is cleared. These two invoices are cleared by this document because system have made this payment collectively. A single posting document is maintained for 15,000 and 16,000, that is 31,000. If you double click on this and if you go to column document overview, you will find the SBI check payment method was GL was picked up. The transaction is posted to SBI check payment.
तो इसमें चेक पेमेंट नंबर वगैरह नहीं होगा क्या?
नहीं, वो आपको बाद में मैन्युअली डालना होगा क्योंकि आप जब चेक प्रिंट करोगे तो ये पोस्टिंग डॉक्यूमेंट के अगेंस्ट वो प्रिंट करोगे. Then if you go to this entry ZP and go to column document overview, the transaction is posted to Kotak Bank online transfer. So this is how uh, AP automatic payment programs are executed. So the fourth step is printing media. So your accounting functions are completed and a separate print program is scheduled to generate payment media. If you go here and now you have to go to printout and you have to schedule the printout program. Okay, and it will through here printout data medium, you have to specify the mediums through which you can make payments. So this data you will get from your bank, how the payments are to be transferred through the IDE method or EDI method or DME method. Okay, so that data you will get from bank. And if it is a check transfer, then you have to go to uh, check transfer, check payment, and you have to select the transaction and then uh, you have to generate the checks accordingly. So that is the fourth step. So now today the first topic that we will discuss is validation in SAP documents. So uh, you have created your online accounts with various websites, various portals, right? So while creating those online accounts, you have experienced that uh, first you have to enter your username and then you have to specify your password. Okay. For password, there are few parameters were set, like uh, the password should be 8 characters long. Then uh, there should be one character with upper case. Then one character should be in lower case. It should have one special character. It should have one numerical. So these are the parameters were set. If you enter a password and if it does not match with these parameters or the set of rules, it if it not match, then system will show you an error that the password is not according to the parameters set. Have you experienced this?
No, sir.
You haven't experienced.
No.
Yes, sir.
You have experience.
Yes, yes, yes. I have
Okay.
experience.
So this rule is called validation. Because in validation, what system checks in case of this email account, that system the it is some parameters are specified that you should enter your password in this combination only. Okay, you have to meet each and every parameter. Your password should contain one uppercase character, one lowercase character, one special character, and one number. Okay, if you match all these parameters, if your password matches all these parameters, then only system will allow you to create, will accept that password, and it will allow you to create your email account or any other online account. Okay, so these parameters or the which is entered in combination with the field email account or user account is called the validation rule. Clear? What is validation rule?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we'll see how to create the validation rule in SAP. So here we will create the validation rule in combination with GL account and cost center. And for that, first we have to create a cost center, profit center, cost center, and GL account. Okay. So first will go to SAP, then go to transaction code FS00, change company code under expense. Okay, we will create it for general expense. Select and change company code. Okay, 4,000 lakh 5. Primary cost, then expenses, general expense, then control data, sort key 001, and cost element category 1. Field status group G001 and save it. Now we have to create profit centers and cost center for general expense. So go to transaction KCH5N to create profit center under standard hierarchy. So select group expense and then select create profit center. General expense profit center, general expense profit center. Then person responsible, and select activate and activate again. Then we have to create a cost center, OKEON. Similarly, select expense group, create cost center, general expense cost center, person responsible. Then category, you can select Finance, you can select administration. Assign business area, then assign profit center, indicators. Okay, then click on save. So we have created the parameter on which we can create a validation rule and then we can test it. So to define the validation rule, you have to go to transaction code OB28 and this is the menu path. So first we'll go to IMG activity, SPRO, SAP reference IMG, then financial accounting, then okay, financial accounting global settings, tools, validation or substitution, validation in accounting documents. Execute this first, then go to environment and validation. Validation can be set at three levels for a document. What are those three levels? If you go to any document type, this is called document header level. If you set validation rule for any of this field in any of this tab, it is called the validation rule at document header level. This is called document line item level. If you define any validation rule for any GL account in combination with any additional fields, that is cost center, profit center, or any other available field, that is called validation rule at document line item level. And if you set a validation rule for the whole document, it may be in combination of both these levels, then it is called validation at complete document level. Clear? Hello.
Clear, sir.
Okay. It is an interview question. Okay. Or you may also get this question in exam. At what level you can assign a validation rule to a document or any field. So if you want to assign a validation rule at line item level, then you can enter up to 999 line items in a document. Therefore, you can assign validation rule to the line item. So you can maximum number of steps possible one validation are 999. So for all those 999 items, you can assign an individual validation rule. So back to validation, we will create this validation rule on line item level. Select this line item and it is called, these are also called call-up points. So this is call-up point 1, this is call-up point 2, and this is call-up point 3. So we have selected line items. So here system is showing the application area is financial accounting and call-up point is line item. So select line item and then validation. Give enter a code to your validation, 4-digit alphanumeric. Then code, enter your company code, a description. Then press enter. So validation is created. So select this validation and now select step. So there are 3 steps involved in validation rule. First, a prerequisite for which uh, element you want to assign the define the validation rule. Check what to be checked, what to be validated, and message if the combination of prerequisite and check is not fulfilled during data entry by the end user, then what message system should display so that the end user can enter a valid combination for the prerequisite. Okay, so now we'll configure each of this step. So select prerequisite. Here, this is the technical name for accounting document segment, that is called BSEG. So double click on accounting document segment, then find, and here you have to select GL account. You have to enter the same characters. Continue. So here is the GL account. So technical name for GL account is HKONT. These technical names are SAP defined. So double click on it. Then which GL account you want to find. So select equal to, and which GL account you want to assign. Then click on constant and select GL account for general expense, because we are creating rule for general expense. Continue. So we have defined the prerequisite. Now go to check. What to check? Again, double click on this accounting document segment, find, and now find cost center. Continue. Technical name is KOSTL. Double click on it, equal to constant, which cost center to find. So select cost center for general expense. Continue. So here, what rule we have set, that when a transaction to be entered with general expense GL, the cost center should be general expense. That rule we have set. We are setting. If any other cost center by mistake, end user selects rent expense cost center, then system should show the message that you have selected wrong cost center in combination with the GL general expense. So now click on message. So what message to be shown if the prerequisite and check combination is not matched? For that, you need to go to maintain messages. Okay. It says this task is locked. So if you get this error, then click on this documentation and you have to copy this task name. And copy this and go back. Okay, you have to exit from here. Yes, save. Okay, wait, and then go to another session and go to transaction code SE03. So this transport organizer tool will be open. Now you have to go to unlock objects. Double click on it and here request or task. Paste that copied task and execute. Here system will ask you whether you want to unlock the task. So select unlock. Continue. Now exit. Then again go to back to the validation screen. Go to environment, then validation and collapse this line item and this is your validation. Collapse this, go to message and now click on maintain message. It will grant you the access. Clear till now? How to solve that error?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now go to messages and scroll down to configure the message at available number. So here we will copy the same message. Okay, it is not, here is the message that we required. No, it is not copying it. So you have to type the message that correct cost center for general expense GL is the code that we have defined. Okay, so you can create a warning message that uh, the wrong the combination of GL and cost center is not correct. Then the end user needs to be aware that what is the right combination. So if you want to give him a fair picture of what is the correct combination, then you can uh, configure this kind of a clear message. Then click on save. See, it is a workbench request. It is not a customization request. Okay, it is creating at ABAP level. Therefore, it is not a customization request. It is a workbench request. Create request. Define validation message for DL4. Save and continue. Continue again. The message was saved. Your message number is 127. So go back and now here you have to enter that message number. Press enter. The message text will be auto populated. And now you have to enter the variables in combination with which variable this message should be displayed. So select this search button. Now go to find and again you have to select GL account. Continue. So this is the technical name BSEGHKONT. So double click on it, select and continue. So it will display the message variables. Now click on step 1. You will find all the 3 steps that you have configured. So the rule is for GL account general expense, the cost center field, in the cost center field, this cost center should be entered. If this, if a user enters other cost center, then this message should be displayed. Any questions?
Sir, while adding the message, the message number and the message, the number was showing that 127, which means that already there are some other alert messages has been saved by the other users, right? So is
Yes.
if necessary, do we use the message which is already created by some other user and it is needed for our company code?
You can.
We can use it. Okay.
You
And
have to ensure that the purpose of this validation rule is served.
so, okay,
Okay.
okay. And those existing or the created messages is visible to all the users, or I mean all the consultant, or does it has any access control?
It will be user to all the
Okay.
consultants,
All the consultants. Okay.
those who are working for on customization of this company code.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So after configuring these steps, click on save, then click on validation and save again. So now click back till you reach this screen, the first screen. Then go to new entries, enter your company code, then the call up point will be to line item because we have created validation on line item level, then validation code, and then the activation level. Here you have to specify whether you want to activate this validation or not. Select one that is active, save. Now you can create customization request. So create,
So, sorry to interrupt. One question. Active, inactive is understood. What is the third option? Active but not batch input.
I'll explain. Wait.
Okay. Okay.
So enter the request text, that is define validation rule for it is active but no batch input means um I'll check and get back to you.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So now we have defined the validation rule. So now we'll test it. To test it, we'll post and go to new session and we'll post the entry. We will not post it, we will just test it. So go to transaction code FB50, change company code, enter the document date. Then here we'll select general expense, then debit 5,000 and bank account credit 5,000. And now scroll to the field cost center and I will select the cost center as rent expense. Press enter. System will show this message. It means we have configured the correct validation rule. Clear?
Yes, sir.
This is how validation in for the SAP document works. So now you have to change all these fields. Then cost center, then you have to business area if it is different. Then now you have to enter all these fields manually. It will not update automatically then. Okay. So, okay, we are not going to post it. The next concept is substitution in SAP documents. So the substitution means in validation, we have seen that if the end user enters a, any wrong data in the any additional fields for GL account, system shows and message that what should be the correct combination for this GL account for the field cost center. What happens in substitution? We will take an example of with the combination of sales GL and profit center. So what happens if we set a substitution rule that for sales GL, the uh, revenue or the revenue cost center should be, sorry, revenue profit center should be uh, entered in combination with sales GL. So what will happen in substitution if the end user enters a wrong profit center in combination with sales GL, system automatically replace it with the correct one, the correct profit center. Even if the end user left that field blank, profit center field blank while entering data through uh, sales GL, system automatically fills the data in that particular field. So this is what happens in substitution. Clear?
So this concept is not clear. Maybe by the example we will understand in a better way.
So put it in a yes, with example you will understand better.
Okay.
To put it in a simple way, that for cost center, for validation rule, the system only shows you that a message that you have entered a wrong combination
Yes.
for the field cost center with the combination with GL account. That you understood?
Yes. Yes.
But what happens in validation in substitution? If we take the same example, uh, system will not show you the uh, warning message or information message.
Okay.
Instead, it will replace that field with correct entry,
Correct data. Okay.
correct data. It will replace that field.
Okay.
That is called substitution.
And that corrected data is provided by SAP system, or consultant will be doing the configuration for that?
You have to define, like you define the validation.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You need to configure that automation.
Okay.
Okay. That's
Okay.
what we are going to understand.
Understand. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So let's understand substitution. So for this also we required some prerequisites. So first we'll go to GL creation and we'll go to income, and here I will create a new GL. Primary, no, I will select under non-operating expense. Then incomes, and it will be trading sales. Control data, sort key 001 and field status G029. Revenue accounts, and save it. Now we have to create profit center because we are going to substitute the profit center. So to create a profit center, you can go to account SAP Easy Access, then accounting, then controlling, profit center accounting, then master data, profit center. Remember, we have accessed this standard hierarchy. Now we will create through profit center individual processing. So go to individual processing, and this is the transaction code KE51. Double click on it. Now we will rename the profit center as same naming convention we will use DL4, then RE for revenue, and here I will enter as TS for trading sales. And then press enter or additional or select master data. Then now enter the trading sales profit center, then trading sales profit center, short text and long text, then person responsible, and here you can assign the profit center group. So select this. I will assign the profit center group as revenue. Other fields are same. So click activate. If you do this create profit center with this method, you don't need to save it. When you activate it, it gets saved. So go back, and if you go to the hierarchy where we have created other profit centers and go to change, and if you go to the folder revenue, and if you collapse this, you will find the profit center is created under this standard hierarchy under group revenue. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we will set the substitution rule. So this is the transaction code and the same menu path. This is the node substitution in accounting documents. Execute this environment, then substitution. The substitution is also created at 3 levels: document header, line item, and complete document. Here also we will create it under at the line item level. So select line item, then substitution, enter code for your substitution, then description, and press enter. It will system will create the substitution. Select this substitution and now select insert step. Here system will ask you for which field you want a substitution or which field you want to substitute. For that, go to find and enter the search term as profit center. Continue. So this is the technical name, BSEG PRCTR. So double click on this, select this checkbox against the profit center and continue now. So with which field or with which value you want to substitute the field profit center? By constant value. Continue. So here there are two steps. First, you have to define the prerequisites for which element you want to set the substitution rule. Then under substitution, which field you want to substitute, by which you want to substitute, by which element or by which field you want to substitute, and then you have to enter the those particular value. So first go to prerequisite. Same thing you have to do as you have performed this for prerequisite in validation. Double click on this accounting document segment, find, then GL account. This is the technical name. Double click on it, then equal to constant. Search the GL or assign the GL you on which you want to assign this substitution, that is trading sales. Continue. So you have defined the prerequisites. Now select substitutions. Select this checkbox which field you want to substitute. It is substituted by constant value, and the constant value will be the profit center trading sales. Press enter, then select step, and this is what your substitution rule look like. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Click on save. Then select substitution, save it again. Now go back till first screen, then go to new entries, enter your company code, then column point, that will be the 2 line item, then the code for your substitution rule, and then activation level will be 1, that is active. Press enter, save, create request, define substitution rule for DL4. Save and continue. So now we will be going to test it. So go to another session. Now go to transaction code FB70. Yes, it is right. Then select the customer, then enter the invoice date, enter amount, and select GL for trading sales, enter the credit amount, and instead of selecting wrong profit center, I'll just keep it blank and let's see if system replaces it. Press enter. So all the data is right. So let's check if system have entered the value. Yes, system have substituted. This is what we have defined in substitution rule. Clear how it works?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we'll see how to implement GST in S4HANA Finance. So to define or to implement the GST, first you have to define the access sequence. Access sequence means it is the a search strategy which system will use to find the valid data for particular condition type. Means when you specify any tax code for the transaction to calculate the tax, then system will check the sequence. The sequence means which rule or which condition to be uh, find first. Like first it will find the country for which the, the tax is activated, then the rules, then it will find the tax classification. Tax classifications means whether it is uh, what type of tax it is. Then it will search the condition type. Condition type means whether this tax is input tax or output tax. Then it will check the tax percentage, at which tax percentage this tax should be calculated. Then it will check the GL accounts, which GL accounts to be assigned, where the tax should be recorded. So this is called a sequence in which the system will check all the valid conditions, then calculate the tax and post the tax onto the respective GL accounts. So that access sequence you need to define. So the access tell the system where to look first, then second, and so on until it find a valid condition record. Okay, till it find valid condition record, system will check all the valid conditions to calculate the tax that is configured in the system. That is called the access sequence. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So system have defined a default access sequence, that is MWST. So we will use the same. So to define this access sequence, this is the transaction code and menu path. So we'll go to SAP and IMG activity. So the menu path will be display IMG, financial accounting, then financial accounting global settings, tax on sales or purchases, basic settings, check calculation procedure. Then double click on access sequence. It is a cross table client, cross client table. Okay. Go to position, search MWST. So this is the default access sequence that system have provided. So select this and we'll check the properties. So double click on accesses. So it is defined in table form that first system will check table number 3, that is for tax classification. Then it will check the table 4V AV for country or tax code. So what further fields that are defined. So select this table and double click on field. So it is defined departure country and tax code. So first it will check country and tax code, and all these things are defined under the table tax classification, that is 003. So we will use this default settings. Next concept, that the next step, that is condition type. Here you have to define the condition types or the steps, what how the system should check for the first step, that is whether it is input tax or output tax. After system finds, checks the country and tax code, then system finds the condition type, whether it is input tax or output tax, that you have to define in condition types. So in India we have, in for state, the transactions that you have entered into with your business partners for input, for purchase or sales, you have to classify the GST as central GST and state GST. The GST revenue will be shared between state government and central government. And if you have entered into a transaction with the your business partners, that is your customers or vendors, who's who located outside the state in which your company is code is registered, then uh, the revenue is totally collected by the central government, and that is integrated GST. Okay, so now based on that you have to define your condition types. So to define the condition types, the transaction code is OBQ1 and this is menu path. So we are already under the menu path. So double click on define condition types and go to position A1. I have already defined, so I'll just demonstrate you what are the properties. So double click on this A1. If you go to new entries and if you want to configure a new condition types, then first you have to define the 2-digit, or you can say 4-digit, minimum 2-digit code you have to provide for your condition type. Then description, access sequence will be MWST, and control data 1 you have to define what is the condition class. So the condition class is taxes. Then calculation type, how the tax is to be calculated. It is to be calculated as defined percentages. Then condition category, tax. So these fields you have to, this data you have to maintain under condition type. For input CGST, then input SGST, then A3 for input IGST. This is for input tax. Similarly, if you go to B1 and double click on this, so same condition types you have to define, same data you have to maintain. Only the codes and the description will be different, but the condition type data for both the input and output tax will be similar. Output CGST, then B2 for output SGST, and B3 for output IGST. Any questions about condition type?
As of now, no doubt, sir.
Okay. So now exit from here, and the next thing that we have to define is transaction account keys. So these keys act as a intermediary between the tax calculation procedure. Tax calculation procedure means the way we have the rules that we have defined how the system should calculate the input tax and output tax. That is called the tax calculation procedure. So this transaction account keys act as a intermediary between the tax calculation procedure and FIGL accounts. So we assign this
Sir, 1 second. Even in the previous point, different condition type, there also we were discussing about this input tax and output tax, right?
yeah.
And here also we have the same GST, input GST and output GST.
Yes. In the previous customization, we have defined what type of tax are there for our country
Okay,
for input and output tax.
okay,
Here we are defining the code which act as a intermediary
oh,
between tax calculation procedure and GL accounts.
okay, okay,
And that too we have to define in combination with condition type.
okay,
So we have three types of tax. Okay.
okay,
If the transactions are made within state, then the tax will be split between CGST and SGST. And if it is and if it is the transaction is entered into between the both the parties, that is one of the parties outside the state, then it will be IGST. Okay.
okay, okay,
So the uh, we have to define the tax for all three categories. All the customizations we have to define for this category. So the transaction keys are to be also maintained for these three categories.
okay, sir, okay,
Clear?
okay,
So this transaction keys will act as an intermediary between tax calculation procedure and FIGL accounts. So how to define this? This is the transaction code and menu path. So we'll go to SAP, and menu path will be display IMG, financial accounting global settings, then tax on sales on or purchase, then basic settings, check and change settings for tax processing. Execute this, and it is AR1. Okay, AR1. So these categories I have created for input tax: AR1, AR2, and AR3. So double click on this. If you want to create a new one, then go to new entries. First, you have to provide the code, that is 3-digit alphanumeric code for your tax account key, and then the description: input CGST, type of tax input tax, posting indicator separate line item. Whether you want that the system should post the transaction or it will display as a separate line item, that you have to select. So yes, we want to display it, so the it is selected as separate line item. Same customization for your input SGST and input IGST. Then similar, you have to do it for output tax, that is AP1, AP2 and AP3. Double click on this. Define the code for output tax, uh, for tax account key for output tax, then output CGST. Here you have to select the tax type as output tax, and the posting indicator will be same, separate line item.
Okay.
Okay, so similar for SGST and IGST. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So now we have to define the tax calculation procedure. Here we will define how the tax to be calculated based on condition type. Then we define the account keys. Okay, we will assign the account keys and condition types to the procedure, and how the amount, on which amount the tax to be calculated, that also we will define. This is the transaction code and menu path. So go to SAP, again go to this node, check calculation procedure, and double click on define procedures. Here system have provided the tax calculation procedures for each country. So for India, it is provided as tax INJ, sales tax India. So select this, double click on control data. So this tax procedure which SAP have defined is pre-GST regime, before the GST was implemented. So the what SAP suggests, if the tax calculation procedure or the tax regime for your country changes, so do not delete this any data from the default calculation procedure that SAP have defined. Instead, you can follow the same by inserting new entries in this calculation procedure. Else, if you want to maintain a separate calculation procedure for your GST, so you do not want that any of this field will get reflected while posting a data entry, or it will not create an confusion while defining the further customizations. So system says you can create your own tax calculation procedure. But for that, the rule or the suggestion is that you should start your tax calculation procedure code with alphabet Y or Z. So I have created this one. So if you want to define a new calculation procedure, go to new entries. You have to define the code and description. Then press enter. Your code will be created. So let's see how to define the control data. So select this calculation procedure that you have defined. So I have defined tax IN, tax procedure India. So select this, double click on control data, and here you have to define the respective rules. So first field is step number. These numbers can be user defined. It is not any other s- special condition that, or it is not any naming numbering convention that it should be start with 100. No, you can start with 1 2 3 4, or you can start with 11 12. That is your choice if you are defining your own procedure, but logically it should be a in serial number. Okay.
You mean numeric format only, no alphanumeric.
No alphanumeric, it should be numeric.
Okay.
Okay, but the numbers you can choose. It
Okay.
is not mandatory that you have to choose the same numbers.
Okay.
Then the counter, if there is a counter conditions, that if this is not satisfied, then which condition, that is called counter conditions. If it is not as per your country's requirement, keep it blank, system will take 0 as it is not applicable.
Okay.
Then condition types. First condition will be the uh, code will be the BASB, that is base amount. Base amount means on which amount tax should be calculated. Okay, it can be your material amount, it can be a final amount of your material, uh, or it can be an amount of your services that you are providing, on which the tax should be calculated as per the tax laws prevailing in the country.
Okay.
Okay, that is called the base amount. So you have to specify the first condition as base amount. It means on which amount the tax should be calculated. Then you have to list all your conditions. The description are also need to be entered manually. It will not auto populated. So for the input tax, you have to define your conditions. For output tax also, what you have defined. Okay. Then the next is from step. This tax to be calculated on which step? It is calculated on 100, means the 100 is the step number for base amount. So the input tax or the output tax both should be calculated on base amount that is defined in the from step. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Then the account keys. The tax account keys that we have defined should be entered over here in combination with your condition types. Okay, that you have to enter over here.
अरे यो कहीं लगा दी बेटा तुमने
Okay.
ये कपड़ा ये कपड़ा
Okay. Uh, please unmute yourself.
ये तो मुंह तो नहीं लगाना बेटा गंदी बात है ठीक है
Hello, Lakhan, please unmute your mute yourself. So this tax calculation procedure is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you have to save it and uh, enter the customize and define the customization request. So we'll keep this open for one of our further customization. Okay, first we have to exit from here. Now you have to assign this calculation procedure to your country or region so that these rules can be applicable while posting the transactions for sales and purchase and also for expense. So this is the transaction code and menu path. This is the node. Assign country region to calculation procedure. Execute this. Go to position. Find your country region and enter the tax procedure that you have defined and save it. Clear?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Now you have to define the GLs to record the tax calculated by the system while posting the transactions for sale and purchase or expenses. So tell me, out of these four account groups, under which account group we should prepare GLs for input tax and output tax?
Incomes and expenses.
Why?
Incomes are the profits or the sales amount, and expenses will be, we will be paying any amount to the vendor.
Mhm.
So while doing the payment, obviously they'll be charging some GST, so we have to have the GST for expenses, and for income, while we receive the bill amount, then obviously we will have some GST.
Okay. Uh, Other two participants agree with it? Lakhan, will you agree with it? Okay. So let's understand this. You are saying that when you uh, issue a sales invoice, you will charge uh,
GST.
GST, output GST on it,
Yes,
correct?
yes, correct.
And you will collect it from customer.
Yes,
So it will be your income.
yes.
Then what will you do after collecting this output GST? Collecting GST from customer. What will you do with it?
We will be again paying to the government, to the regulation.
Okay. So will it be your income?
No, in that case, it will not. Yes.
Correct? It will not
Yes,
your
it will
income.
not. Yes, it will not become a income if we are again making a payment to the government, which means that we are receiving the GST from the customer and we are paying it to the government, which means that in my account I will not hold any amount which has been received as part of GST. So there will not be any income.
So then what it is?
I don't think it will come under expense also, because I'm not going to pay from my account.
Okay.
So it will not come under expense. Assets are the properties.
It's liabilities, not properties.
Liabilities. Not sure, sir.
If you have to pay someone,
Mm,
then it's your liability. You are liable to pay someone.
yes.
If you owe, if you have taken some money
Mm,
from any of your friend
mm,
and you have to return it back,
mm,
okay,
mm.
so then you are liable to return that money.
Yes.
So
Yes.
same rule applies to tax, output tax.
Okay. Okay, now I understood. Okay.
Okay, you are, since though you have collected from customer, but now it's your liability to deposit it in government treasury.
Yes, yes. Correct.
Therefore, the output tax will come under liabilities,
Okay.
and input tax will come under assets
Mm.
because you have already paid it to the vendor. Now it is the vendor's liability to deposit it in government treasury.
Okay, the other way around. Okay.
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 So therefore, input tax will be GL will be come under assets.
Okay.
The logic is clear.
Yes, yes. Now it is clear.
Yes. This logic should be clear before you
Mm.
prepare a GL account.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we will prepare the GL accounts. Then only you will understand
Mm.
which GL to be assigned to which account key.
Okay.
Okay. So you have prepared this account key. You have assigned these account keys to the tax, input tax, output tax. So if your
Yes.
logic is cleared,
Mm.
whether the input tax is liability or asset, or
Mm.
then you will be able to understand for against which account key for which type of tax I have to assign the respective GL account.
Okay.
Okay. So now we will create the GL accounts. So under liabilities, we will create GL for
Sir, can you explain one more time about IGST?
IGST. It is an integrated goods and service tax. Means, suppose our company is registered in Maharashtra,
Okay.
and if you are in, performing the in purchase and sales transactions within the your business partners, that is your customer or vendors within
Mm.
Maharashtra,
Okay.
then that revenue which will generate through input and output tax
Okay.
should be shared between central government and state government. That is called, the central government share will be called CGST, and state government share will be called SGST. And when you perform this sale and purchase transactions with the business partner whose registered office is in, or whose location is outside Maharashtra. Say
Okay.
if it is in Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Delhi, or not Delhi, it will be uh,
Uttar Pradesh, right?
yeah, Uttar Pradesh, Calcutta, Madras.
Mm.
So these are the outside Maharashtra locations.
Yes.
Then the IGST will be charged. That revenue completely belongs to central government.
Sorry, sir. I think my understanding is not clear here. So, to my understanding, SGST is within the state, right?
SGST and CGST.
But CGST comes under the central government, right?
The GST rule is that if
Mm.
the transaction is made within the state,
Okay.
we'll take an example of Maharashtra,
Okay.
then the tax revenue should be shared equally between state and central government.
Okay.
That
Okay.
is the rule.
Mm.
And if the uh, transaction is made outside the Maharashtra state,
Okay.
one of the party's location is outside Maharashtra, the
Okay.
materials are
Mm.
supplied outside Maharashtra, or
Mm.
materials are purchased from outside Maharashtra,
Okay.
then that revenue totally belongs to sales central government.
So in that case, it will not come to state government.
Yes. In
Okay.
that case, you have to select IGST. Okay.
No. We are discussing about the second point. SGST is within Maharashtra, and in that case, we will be making a payment to state government as well as the central government. That is SGST, right?
Yes.
And CGST means if the Maharashtra company does any transaction with any other state, in that case, that GST will go to central government.
Yes.
Okay. Now comes to the third point, which is integrated GST. Now explain this one, sir.
I have explained all the three concepts. Let me explain you with an example.
Okay.
The Excel is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Suppose I have entered any transaction in Maharashtra.
Okay.
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 Both the seller and purchaser, both parties are in Maharashtra.
Okay.
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 So what will happen?
Mm.
And if the tax rate is 18%.
Mm.
Okay. So in this case, the revenue of 18% will be shared at 9% each by the central government and state government. That is called CGST and SGST. This is central government
Okay.
and this is state.
Okay.
C stands for central, S stands
Okay.
for
Stand for
state.
state. Okay. Okay.
Now, if now the transaction is the seller is in Maharashtra
Mm.
and purchase is in Karnataka,
Okay.
okay, which is outside Maharashtra,
Mm.
again the tax will be at 18%.
Okay.
But in this case, whole 18% will
Will
be,
be paid to central government.
and it is called integrated GST.
SGST. Okay. Now I understood.
Now it is clear?
Yes. Yes. Now it is clear.
Okay. So now we'll configure the GL accounts. Balance sheet account, liabilities, output CGST, control data, and these are the properties. Okay. For
Okay.
input tax and output tax GL. So here under control data, you need to define the tax category, that is output tax account. This is the code or key. Then sort key 001 and field status will be G041, tax office clearing accounts, and save it. Then select this GL, other properties will be same. For other GLs, properties will be same. So copy, enter next number, and just change the description. SGST, press enter, save it, select this, copy, change it description to IGST. Press enter and save. Similar GLs will prepare under liability assets. Balance sheet account, assets, input CGST, input CGST. Control data. Here under tax category, you have to define the tax category at input tax account. Sort key 001. Create bank interest. Field status will be same. That is tax office clearing account. Save it. Select GL, copy, next number, then change the description. Save it, copy, so we have created the GL accounts. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Another thing that we have to define at GL, so we have to activate the tax categories for sale and purchase GL as well as the expense GLs. So again, go to FS00, go to folder incomes, then double click on sales GL account, go to change, control data. Here tax category you have to select only output tax allowed. Press enter, save it. It will say that the tax code has been changed, means you have a transactions where you have not defined the tax, or before define assigning the tax category you have posted transaction on this GL. That information system is telling you. Similarly, go to expense, select purchase account GL, under control data, assign input tax, only input tax allowed. Save it. So similar tax category you have to assign to the expense GLs on which tax is applicable. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we have to define the tax code. Here we define tax code, and under tax code we define at what percentage the input and output tax to be calculated on transactions. So this is the transaction code and menu path. So go to IMG, and now you have to go to node calculation. Define tax code for sales and purchases. Execute, enter the country, continue. Here you have to define the tax codes. So I'll just demonstrate, then we will consider these tax codes.
Okay.
So if you want to create a tax code, say I define it as A6, okay, and if press enter, then you have to define here the description for your uh, tax code, then the tax type. These are the two tax types, A for output tax and V for input tax. Okay.
Okay.
And if you continue, then system will show you this this screen. Okay. Here I am defining the 0% output tax. And these are the account keys and condition types that I have defined in. So what parameters that you have defined in tax calculation procedure will be displayed over here. And
Okay.
according to the respective condition type, you have to assign the percentage. So here it is 0% output tax. So you have to keep all these fields blank.
Okay.
What is the need of this 0% tax? Suppose you are purchasing a material from a vendor who is registered under GST, who is allowed to, uh, who is liable to collect tax and deposit it in government treasury. Okay.
Okay.
And one vendor who is not liable to collect tax and deposit into government treasury. So the first vendor will be called a registered vendor, and second vendor will be called unregistered vendor. Clear?
Yes.
So when you purchase a material from a registered vendor, he will uh, collect a tax from you. He will charge tax in the invoice, and you have
Yes.
to record it. Okay, in your
Okay.
system.
Okay.
So you record it on purchase GL.
Hmm.
Now you have purchased a material from unregistered vendor.
Okay.
He will not, is not allowed to charge a tax because he
Yes.
is not
It's not
registered.
registered.
So then you have to record the same, both the transaction which is liable to tax and which is not liable to tax on the same GL account, that is purchase. And for that you need 0% output tax, this code, because you need to select a tax code called 0% output tax, and it is defined as A0. Then system will allow you to post a non-taxable transaction on purchase GL, because in the previous configuration we have seen that we have activated the tax category on purchase GL.
Hmm.
So
Yes.
now the tax is mandatory. Tax posting is mandatory for that GL. So that is the purpose. You have to create a 0% output tax in case of sales and 0% input tax in case of purchases. Clear?
Mhm. Okay, clear, clear. So
Yeah.
it is mandatory to have some percentage as tax, whether we have it or not, because it might have, that particular purchase GL might come across a invoice with GST and without GST.
Yes. The
Okay.
second option which you can exercise is you can create a separate GL accounts.
Okay.
For taxable transaction, you can create a GL. You can assign tax category to dash GL. And for non-taxable transaction, you don't need to assign a tax category to that GL. So then system will not ask you to record the tax.
Okay.
Got it?
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But it will create an additional data in your system because you need additional GLs.
Additional GLs. Yes.
Okay. So to
Okay.
avoid that, it is the simplest way.
Okay. Okay. So using this way, 0% output tax, we can keep one GL for all the purchases, all kind of purchases.
Yeah. In case of sales, output tax. In case of purchase, input tax.
Input tax. Okay.
Both the transaction, taxable and non-taxable, you can record on same GL.
So sales is input, right?
Sales is output tax.
Output tax. Okay.
Okay. Purchase is input.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So we have defined one input output tax as 0%. Then you don't have to, you should keep these fields blank. Now I have defined one more tax code for output, that is A1. And here I have defined it as 18% output GST. And now I have defined it for state tax. So I have divided in 9% between output CGST and output SGST.
Okay.
Okay. And for output IGST, define a separate code. And here, okay, you have to remove, huh? Don't enter anything in any field which is not applicable. Even 0 should not be entered.
Okay.
Then it will give you error while posting that for this particular account key, you have not assigned GL for output GST.
Okay. Okay.
So that you need to keep in mind. Enter data only to the applicable field. So here I have prepared a separate code for output IGST, and the 18% is defined against it. If you prepare a same code, if you define all these taxes, percentage of tax for all these three categories or the condition types, the system will calculate the tax at 36%. Okay, to avoid that, you need
Okay.
a separate tax code for SGST and CGST and separate for
IGST. Okay.
IGST. Clear?
Clear.
Okay, it is okay. I have to save it first. So save it. Okay. Still it is showing.
Is it because the extra space?
Yeah, I think so. No. Let's see if we get an error.
Okay.
Okay. What you can do if you find this, put a cursor over here and deactivate the line.
Okay.
The line is deactivated.
Okay.
Okay. Now it will save. Now it will save. And
Okay.
if you enter again, it will show you blank.
Okay.
Okay. This is how you solve this error. Same for V0. Okay. You have to keep these fields blank.
Okay.
It is 0% input tax. Save it. Then V1, it is for state transaction within the state transaction. So 9% divided between input CGST and input SGST. Then V2 for 18% input IGST. Clear?
Yeah, yes.
So if there are multiple tax percentages applicable for your client's business, then for each percentage, that is 18%, then 12%, 5%, for each percentage of tax, each rate of tax, you have to create a separate tax code.
You mean from the same vendor, if we are purchasing different
No,
items?
no, no, no. In India, we have different percentage of tax on different type of transactions or materials or services.
Okay,
So if your client, for your client's business, for sales transactions, there are multiple rate of taxes are applicable for different types of sales transactions, materials or services.
okay,
Then if there are goods which he is selling, which is on which the 18% tax is applicable, another type of goods he is selling where the 12% tax is applicable,
okay,
so accordingly you have to record the tax.
okay,
And for that, for each type rate of tax, you have to define a separate tax code.
okay,
Okay, you have to differentiate those tax calculations based
okay,
on the percentage.
okay, sir.
Okay, got it?
Got it, yes.
Okay, so now we have created the tax keys also. And now the final step in the customization is GST account determination. Now we have to map these GL accounts in combination with tax code with tax account keys. How to do it? I will let's check. So this is the transaction code and menu path. Now we have to go to node postings, define tax accounts, go to position, then transaction code AR1. So these are the transaction keys that we have defined.
Yes,
So the debit and credit, this is the debit and credit posting keys. So first select this input CGST and double click on rules. Now go to new entries, enter your chart of account, then select this tax code because we have to define a GL for according to the tax codes. If the 18% tax is selected, then which GLs, on which GLs the tax amount should be posted. So therefore tax code is mandatory. Selection of country or region is not mandatory.
okay,
Okay, so we'll leave it blank. We will not check this. Press enter. Select the entry and now select accounts. Go to new entries. Here you have to select the tax code V1 we have defined for input tax at 18%. Now we have to select the GL for input CGST. Make sure you select the correct GL. Press enter. Go back. Go back. Now select input SGST, rules, new entries, chart of account, then tax code. Press enter. Select, then accounts, new entries. Here again select same code V1 and now select GL for input SGST. Go back. AR3, double click on rules, new entries, new entries. Here you can list all your tax codes. Okay. Say
Okay.
for 18% you are listing over here. Then for 12%, if the GL could be same. Okay. Only the
Okay.
tax calculation percentage will be different.
Okay. Okay.
So if you are defining the same keys, okay, if you are defining the same account keys, then you can list 18%, 12%, 5%. Okay.
Okay.
Now V2 for input IGST. So this code we have defined for input IGST. So similarly, we have defined this codes AP1, AP2, AP3 for output tax. So now we will define GLs for these account keys and tax. Select A1, output CGST. A1 again, output SGST. A2 for output IGST and select GL for output IGST. And now save it. Define tax accounts. Save and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the customization is completed. So
Okay.
now we'll test it whether the tax system calculates the tax on output tax on sales and purchase. So now we'll go to transaction code FB70 and select the customer, then invoice date, enter the amount. I will enter as 10,000. Then you have to select this checkbox, calculate tax. Then select GL for sales. Enter the credit amount 10,000. And now you have to select,
Tax code.
yes, tax code. That is, if it is within state, then A1 18% output GST. If it is outside Maharashtra or outside state, then A2 18% output IGST. So I will say 18% output GST. press enter. Okay, and all the GLs are assignments are correct. Then balance is 0. So now go to simulate. This is how tax is calculated. Tax is calculated on the reverse order, that
Okay.
it is 118%. What is 100? What is 9 and what is 9? So this is how the tax is calculated. There is another method that will also I will explain you. So now you will see the GL's system have picked up.
So just a clarification here. The first line is 100% of the amount. Second line is 18%.
No,
And third and fourth are 9%, 9%. But here, is there any possibility to, okay, maybe in future, if someone wants to understand what is the percentage has been defined in a simpler way, possible to see that here?
no.
No, okay.
If you go to this taxes, yes, you can go to this button taxes
Okay.
and the tax is defined.
9. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay.
And the tax codes are also defined.
Hmm.
So this is 118%. This is 100, that is base amount. This is 9 and this is 9. Okay.
Okay.
So if you post it
Sir,
and
one second. Go back to the same screen. Simulate. Yes. So
now it will
10,000
not,
is, okay, because it is already simulated. Okay. So my question
okay,
was
we can
already,
go to,
okay, 10,000. Okay, as a customer, I will say 10,000 is the total amount what I have paid for the product.
yes,
That will be the 100%, right? Not like 118%, right?
I understood your concern. We'll post another invoice.
Okay.
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 And will I will demonstrate this to you on a vendor invoice.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. How the
Okay.
transaction is posted, the GLs are picked up, what the calculations are made. Have you understood?
Yes. This point I have understood. Yes.
Okay. You are confused about the net amount.
Yes. Net amount. Correct.
Yes. That I will demonstrate you.
Okay.
So now we'll test the purchase input tax. So go to FB60 and here, here is the option editing options. If you go here, okay, it is not showing activated. So you have to go to transaction code FB00. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Accounting editing option. Here is the node. Calculate taxes on net amount.
Okay.
So what will happen if you select this checkbox
Hmm.
and save it? So I'll show you what will happen.
Okay.
So go to transaction code FB60 and okay, correct company code. Now we'll post transaction for input to test the input tax calculation.
Okay.
I'll enter the same amount and select calculate tax.
Okay.
Then enter the purchase GL. I'll enter the same amount, 10,000.
Okay.
And now I will assign the tax code as V1, that
Okay.
is 18%
18%.
input GST,
Okay. And then
and
simulate.
press enter.
Okay.
So you find the balance is difference of 118, 1800, there is a
1,000.
difference.
Yes.
Why there is a difference? Because if you select that editing option, calculate tax on net amounts, it
Okay.
means you have to specify net amount over here,
Okay. Okay.
and then system calculates the tax,
Okay.
and this it should become final to 10,000.
Okay.
Again, this amount will be tested.
Mm.
If here you entered an amount, say for this you have to go to Excel.
Mm.
Let's say this 10,000 is 118%. Okay,
Okay.
because the final value is base amount plus tax.
Mm.
So the base amount will be 100 and 18% will be taxed. Okay, so
Okay.
first you have to check if the 10,000 is equal to 118%,
Mm.
118, then what
Okay.
is 100? Then
Okay.
10,000 into 100 divided by 118. So this amount you have to enter as the
Net amount.
net amount.
Okay.
So now we will enter it as net amount,
Mm.
that is 8474.58.
0.58.
8474.58.
Yes.
The input,
Must be in the format. Is it because the
okay.
point?
Yes, it is because of 0.8474. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, we have to enter a comma.
Then comma 58. Is it?
Yes, 58. Now it becomes 0.
Ah, yes. Balance becomes a 0.
And now system will,
Is it
if
the
you,
SAP system that the comma and the dot is
yes, yes, the decimals are separated by comma.
comma? Okay.
So now you will see the
Mm.
difference.
Mm.
The amount of tax and amount of net value will be same.
Same. Yes.
But if you select this method,
Mm.
calculate tax on net amount,
Mm.
then end user needs to enter the tax amount,
Mm.
the net amount,
Net amount. Okay.
and then the applicable tax as per the the tax code assigned, system will
Mm.
calculate the tax and it will give you the final amount.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
In practice, this method is followed.
Okay.
Okay, because you have to enter uh, an invoice based on physical invoice received.
Physical invoice.
So you
Yes.
will have both the figures,
Mm.
base amount, tax amount, and the final amount.
Okay.
Okay. So this is how it is calculated.
Okay.
So if you post it, system will post this entry, go to document, and if you go to display, the amount is posted on respective GL accounts.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes.
Okay. So the topic is FIMM integration, where as a FI consultant, we have to integrate, perform the customization to integrate the financial accounting and materials management modules. We have to perform this integration. And this integration of the modules is required to ensure the accurate and seamless business process. The information, the related information between these two modules should be seamlessly and accurately needs to be flown so that the the integrated business process uh, will not be hamper. So what information flow is transferred between the two modules, fin- financial accounting and material management, is information related to procurement, inventory management, and financial accounting. We need this integration to a business process called procure to pay. And this is how this these are the steps, or these are the activities that involve in the process procure to pay, and the modules responsible journal entries and transaction codes. So the first process is purchase requisition. When a production department needs a material to produce or to manufacture the product, which is the finished product, then they need some raw materials. So as and when the raw material requirement arises, they send a purchase requisition, that they send their requirements of the material, what the material they required. So the first document in this process that is generated is called purchase requisition, where all the materials that are listed, which is required for the production process, are listed. And this is the responsibility of material management module. There is no financial transaction generated, so no journal entry. Then based on the purchase requisition, then material management department will look will sort, or the it will check for vendors, from which vendors the material should be ordered. Then uh, they inquire with the vendors, and based on these uh, favorable material rate, favorable payment terms, they select the vendor from whom the material to be acquired. Then the purchase order is created. It is again the responsibility of material management module. Purchase order contains the formal intimation to the uh, vendor that we require this material from you. After receiving the purchase order, the supplier sends the material, and when the material is received on delivery note without the tax invoice, the process to receive the material is called goods receipt. Uh, the document that is generated is called the GR, that is goods receipt. It is the here both the modules are affected. The journal entry which is created is inventory account debit and GRIR account credit. Goods receipt and invoice receipt account credit. Why? Because there is no tax invoice, so no financial transactions. So there will not be an operational part. Okay. It will only be there, only be a technical part or the valuation part in these transactions. When after these materials sent by the vendor, after that he will send the invoice, and at that time again both modules affected. The journal entry that will be created is GRIR account debit, vendor account credit. And then final step in the procure to pay process is making payment to the vendors, and this is the sole responsibility of finance module, where the A vendor account is debited and bank account is credited, and the payments can be made through automatic payment program or manual methods. So this is the process and the steps involved in procure to pay process. So now what is the meaning and purpose of this GRIR account? It is called the goods receipt and invoice receipt clearing account. This account is affected when the goods are received prior to tax invoice or it is received on delivery note. So in that case, the GRIR account will be credited, and when the invoice is received, the GRIR account will be debited, ensuring that the balance of the GRIR account will be zero. So this account is maintained to bridge the gap between bridge the time gap between the goods receipt and invoice receipt process. So this is what is meant by procure to pay process and the relevance of FIMM integration. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So what customizations or configurations are involved in this integration process? So as a FI consultant, our role is to provide the correct GL account to consultants for inventory account, GRIR account, and vendor account. For vendor account, we have already defined the reconciliation account. So that part is already performed. So now in this customization, we have to map our GL accounts for inventory account and GRIR account with the valuation class that is maintained in material master by consultant in combination with transaction keys. That is our role as a finance consultant. So how to do it? I'll demonstrate this to you. But before that, you have to create these two GLs. That is GRIR account and inventory account. And these are the properties for these GL accounts.
GL account means for module, right?
For finance module,
No, no. GL account for finance module connecting to right?
yes.
Okay.
When the transactions are recorded in module,
Hmm.
these two transactions are recorded at module, goods receipt and invoice
Only
receipt.
invoice receipt. Okay.
Then these journal entries will be created.
Okay.
So to post these journal entries, you need to assign the GLs to the
Yes.
valuation class.
Okay. Inventory
Okay.
account. GRI. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So now you have to create those GL accounts first. Then you have to perform this integration activity.
Okay.
So first we'll go to transaction code FS000 and we'll create these GL accounts. So first we'll go to assets and we'll create GL for inventory account. Balance sheet account, then assets, inventory account, control data sort key 001, and create a field status group will be G006 material accounts. Save it. Now go to liabilities and create GL accounts for GRIR account. Balance sheet account, liabilities, GRIR account, goods or invoice receipt account, control data. Here you have to select this open item management because at the year end you have to perform a closing activity where you have to close this, you have to clear these open items that are created uh, from the transaction postings or the GRIR account. Therefore, you have to select this open item management. Then field status will be G045, goods and invoice receipt clearing account. For this purpose, this checkbox is selected because it is a clearing account.
Okay.
Okay. For that purpose, this checkbox is selected. At the year end, you need to perform a, the closing activity. This ledger should be closed.
Okay.
Okay. Therefore, it is selected. Then click on save. So now the GR is, both the GLs are created. So now go to this menu path or the transaction code to perform the integration. So go to SAP, go to IMG activity, display IMG financial accounting, then general ledger accounting, periodic processing, integration, material management, define account for material management. Execute this. Then you have to go to the transaction key BSX. It is SAP define key. For inventory posting, double click on it, enter your chart of accounts, then continue. Select valuation class and then save. Here you have to select the valuation class. Valuation class mean types of material, whether it is raw material, whether it is operating supplies, whether it is packaging, whether it is spare parts. So this valuation class based on the type of material acquired. Okay, material to be acquired, it is created at level.
Okay.
So select this valuation class 3000 raw materials and sorry, assign the GL inventory account. So similarly, if there are multiple types of accounts, that is spare parts, hardware, trading goods, then you have to assign, and if you are maintaining the individual separate GL accounts for each type of valuation class, then you have to make those assignments accordingly.
Okay.
Click on save, create new request, define accounts for FIMM integration. Save and continue. Go back. Now you have to create the select the transaction key WRX. GRIR clearing account. Double click on it, select valuation class, save. You have to select the same valuation class that we have selected for inventory account GL, raw materials. Now assign GL for goods or invoice receipt account. Press enter and save it. Save on the same customization request.
Okay.
So now with this integration, when these transactions are posted, that is material receipt or invoice receipt, these GLs were affected in finance account. So in the previous class, we have discussed about FIMM integration. So now we'll discuss about the FISD integration. So FISD integration means the financial accounting module and sales and distribution module. It is the integration between these two modules. So what process or information flow involves when we integrate the FI and SD modules? It involves the flow of information related to sales, inventory management, and financial accounting. Again, the purpose is for ensuring accurate and seamless business process. So with the integration of FISD module, the process that benefits or it is useful for the process, that process is called order to cash process. These are the steps. So the first step, that is sales quotation. When you get an inquiry from your customer about the certain products that you supply, you send them a quotation mentioning the uh, characteristics of your material that they inquired, then the sales value, the sales price, and all. This sales quotation is generated at SD module level, so no financial journal entry will be created. After accepting your quotations, the customer will send a purchase order. So based on that purchase order, you have to, the next document that is created or the next process is called the creation of sales order. The sales order is created. It contains which material to be supplied. Then it is again responsibility is on the SD module. No financial journal entry is created. When the goods are manufactured and it is about to supply, then the first thing is, the next process is goods issue. When you issue goods from the factory, here both the module gets involved because a financial journal entry is posted, that is cost of goods sold account debit to inventory account. The next process, when you supply the goods, after that you have to issue the invoice. Again, it is both modules responsibility, and the journal entry that is created is customer account debit to sales account. And the final process is receiving payments from the customer. That is the sole responsibility of the finance module, and the journal entry that is posted is bank account debit to customer account credit. So this is the process of order to cash, or these are the steps involved in order to cash. So any questions?
No, sir.
So tell me, what is the meaning of COGS? That is cost of goods sold. So what is the meaning of it?
सर सामान के बेचने में कितनी अमाउंट लगी?
बेच तो उसमें क्या क्या विच आर दीज expenses or cost that is involved?
जस्ट लाइक एडवर्टाइजमेंट,
Okay,
फ्रेट वगैरह, या अपने एक्सपोर्ट चार्जेस।
okay. Any other answer? What do you think, Harish?
Raw material, labor,
Hmm. Okay,
then sales related charges, advertising, business promotions.
okay. So basically, cost of goods sold means the cost that you incur to produce the finished product. Okay, so that is the meaning of cost of goods sold. What are the direct costs that involve in the production of goods or services that company sells? So these costs are material, labor, other expenses directly involved in the production process. So this is called the cost of goods sold. And when you subtract this cost of goods sold from sales, you will get the profit figure. Clear? So now, after discussing the concept, now we will discuss what are the configurations involved in FI and SD integration. So here, as a FI consultant, our role is to provide correct GL account to the SD consultant for inventory account, COGS account, sales account, and customer account. Okay. Here in this integration process, there are two steps involved. First, we have to map the sales GL or revenue account GL to the account key and condition types that are maintained at SD module level. So what are that condition? That condition is account determination, and this is SAP defined code for it. So we have to assign the sales GL to the account key and condition type. So this is the transaction code and menu path for the assignment of revenue GL. So okay, first we'll do that. So go to SAP, then SPRO, SAP reference IMG, then financial accounting, general ledger accounting, periodic processing, integration, sales and distribution, prepare revenue account determination. Execute this. So these are various key combinations to do the to assign the revenue GL to the SD conditions. So this is the standard one: customer group, material group, and account key. So double click on it, go to new entries. Here under application type, you have to select the application, and that is V, sales and distribution. Then condition type, So these are various condition types, and when you want to assign the account FI account determination, FIGL accounts, so the uh, condition type is KOFI. Mention your chart of account. Sales organization, you can select any of the sales organization. We'll select this blank one. Sales organization means how the sales is divided in the as per region, as per market segment, as per business area. That is called the sales organization. Then account assessment group customer. Here you have to define whether you have maintaining this assignment for your domestic business or foreign business. So accordingly, you have to select this customer account group. Then material group, what type of material you are selling, whether it is trading goods or whether it is finished products or semi-finished products, returnable goods, depend on that. So we'll select finished products. Account key, again the type of sales, whether it is sales in transit or whether it is refund provision or whether it is a, a commission sales. Okay, so depend on the type of sales you have to you have to select. So the standard one is the revenue, and here now you have to assign your sales GL account. Press enter. So if you have different sales organizations, and for different sales organizations you have a different GL account you can assign. Then if you have a different account groups, that is domestic, foreign, then you have to, for each of your individual type of sales, you have to assign, you have to maintain this assignment. Okay, for foreign assignment there will be a separate uh, assignment. For domestic there will be separate. If they are trading goods there will be separate, and accordingly the respective GL accounts you have to assign. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, so click on save, create request, define revenue account for FISD integration. Save and continue. Now next we have to do the same process that we have done while performing the FI and MM integration. You have to assign the inventory account GL and cost of goods sold account GL to transaction key with the uh, valuation class defined by MM and SD module defined at. Now here you have to assign the valuation class that is maintained at SD module. Before that, we have to define a GL for cost of goods sold account. Okay, so these are the properties. So we'll go to another session and we'll go to FS00, change company code, continue, under expense, create,
सर हेलो सर,
yes.
अभी ये जो आपका एक्सपेंस के नीचे सब जीएल अकाउंट दिख रहा है ना, मैंने जीएल क्रिएट किए, मेरे को ये सब ऑप्शन ही नहीं दिख रहा है। इसका कुछ सेटिंग होगा क्या?
हाँ, मैंने क्लास में पहले भी बता चुका हूँ।
नहीं, वो तो स्टार्टिंग में किया था ना, लेकिन
तो दिक्कत क्या है?
नहीं, ये
आपको
अभी
नहीं दिख रहा है?
नहीं दिख रहा है मेरे को।
तो रुको, मैं पहले ये
हाँ
मेरे को
हाँ,
खत्म
ठीक है ठीक
करने
है,
दो, फिर
ओके ओके,
बताता हूँ।
ठीक है।
So enter the next number, then primary cost, then expenses, COGS count, cost of goods sold account, control data, sort key 001, cost element category, primary cost, and field status group G001. Save it. आपके लिए बता रहा हूँ, गो टू सेटिंग्स, देन हायरार्की डिस्प्ले, आपके यहाँ ये सिलेक्ट होगा, डू नॉट डिस्प्ले नेविगेशन ट्री, इसे नेविगेशन ट्री बोलते हैं। सो सिलेक्ट कीजिए डिस्प्ले अकाउंट्स इन नेविगेशन ट्री, कंटिन्यू कीजिए, एग्जिट करके दोबारा एंटर करोगे, ये मेन्यू पे आपको हायरार्की दिख जाएगा।
अच्छा, ओके।
देन नाउ वी हैव टू go to this transaction code and assign accounts for material management. So we'll go to this menu path. So we are already under the menu path integration. So select this material management, define accounts for material management, execute. Now we have to go for BSX inventory posting, double click on it, continue. Here you have to select the valuation class. So we have defined material group as finished goods. So here the valuation class will be finished goods. And you have to assign the GL for inventory account, because we have not create a separate GL for inventory account. This is for raw material, this is for finished goods. So you can create different GLs to post the raw material and to post the finished product. So click on save, create new request, define account for material management for FISD integration. Save and continue. Go back. Now we have to check this transaction key to assign COGS account. So this is the key, offsetting entry for inventory posting. Double click on it, select valuation class, save. Here select the same valuation class, that is finished product, finished goods, and then assign GL for cost of goods sold account. Press enter, save it, save on the same request. So these are the process, these two processes are involved in FISD integration. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay then. So then we'll move on to our next topic, that is asset accounting. And to start asset accounting, first you have to define the depreciation, the chart of depreciation or depreciation areas. So can you explain what is the meaning of depreciation?
Asset life will be depreciate, means
Hmm.
reduction of cost every year,
And the reason?
because we are using the product or assets on as per income tax law or company's law. The rate are decided
Hmm.
for
Or this cost is reduced due to wear and tear of in the asset due to during the period of useful life of that asset. Useful life means till the time that asset can be used in the uh, for the company. Okay, in the production process or any other office work process. Okay, so that is called depreciation. Clear? So the depreciation areas means uh, it is the collection of depreciation rules which is used for the valuation of assets in particular country or region. Okay. So the depreciation area contains the depreciation calculation or the asset valuation rules that is applicable for a particular country or region. That is called depreciation areas. Clear? So to start with, you have to define the reference chart of depreciation. And the process says that for each and every country, SAP has provided the reference chart of depreciation. You can use that chart of depreciation as a reference. You cannot edit that the customizations. You need to copy that default or the reference chart of depreciation, and you can create your own depreciation areas depending on the applicable conditions for the your company code. You can create your own depreciation area by copying the default or the sample chart of depreciation. Okay. So this is the first process that is involved in asset accounting in SAP. So to copy the reference chart of depreciation or depreciation areas, this is the transaction code and menu path. So we'll follow this menu path. Display IMG, financial accounting, then asset accounting, organizational structure, copy reference chart of depreciation or depreciation areas. Execute, select copy reference chart of depreciation, click on copy, then search for India. The this is the default or the sample chart of depreciation that SAP have provided, 0IN. Okay, some user have changed the description for the default one. So select this 0IN, and here to depreciation, to chart of depreciation, enter your code for chart of depreciation. Continue, continue again, no, create new request, copy reference chart of depreciation, save and continue. Chart of depreciation 0IN copied. Completed activities, you will show the same action message. So go back. Next process, specify description of chart of depreciation. Double click on it, go to position, find the chart of depreciation that you have created, and now you have to change the depreciation description. Save, create new request, specify description for chart of depreciation, save and continue. The next process that is copy or delete depreciation areas. Execute this, enter your chart of depreciation and continue. So you will find there is one depreciation area, book depreciation, and it says the GL account posting area post in real time. So the transaction posted on any asset master will be recorded on GL account for this depreciation area. And as per SAP, there should be a one depreciation area where the GL postings of asset transactions on GL account should be updated in real time. So these are the other depreciation areas. So for when you are maintaining uh, two different currencies, okay, we have maintained two different currencies for our company code. One is local currency and another is group currency. That is the control in controlling area currency. We have maintained a second currency, that is group currency. We have configured two ledgers, leading ledger and non-leading ledger, and therefore each depreciation area represents specific valuation, that is book depreciation or tax depreciation. Therefore, we have to maintain two depreciation areas per uh, ledger account. Two depreciation areas for leading ledger, of which the uh, depreciation of which the asset accounting transaction will be governed by the accounting principle that is assigned to leading ledger, and two depreciation areas where the uh, asset accounting transactions will be governed by the accounting principle assigned to non-leading ledger. Clear? So we'll go to SAP, and these are the depreciation areas that is not relevant for our company code. So if if that is if anything is relevant, you can keep, or otherwise you can select this and click on this button, delete. So go back. Now there is only one depreciation area remains. So first double click on it. Here you have to assign the accounting principle that you have assigned to your leading ledger. So for our leading ledger, we have assigned the accounting principle gap, and this is the area where we have to record the real-time postings. So press enter. The depreciation, the target ledger group will be automatically selected. So, so this is the depreciation area where the local depreciation according to the local accounting principle will be booked. So press enter and then go back. So we have created a one depreciation area in combination with accounting principle and the target ledger group. So one depreciation area we have to prepare for the real-time postings, and second depreciation area per accounting principle and per leading ledger we have to prepare for valuation purpose. So to prepare the depreciation area for valuation purpose, select this depreciation area 1, click on copy, change the depreciation area to 2, and you can change the description as book depreciation as per local accounting principle in group currency. And here the area does not post. Here for this depreciation for valuation purpose, system will record the asset transactions according to the local accounting principle but in group currency. That is what here it is defined, but here system will not post the direct transactions. Instead, that these transaction the values will be derived from depreciation area 1 that we need to configure in further customization, but the relevant I have explained to you. Now we have to create the accounting the another two depreciation areas with same properties of GL account for non-leading ledger group. So select depreciation area 1, click on copy, name it as 3, and the description will be book depreciation as per group accounting principle, but it will record the depreciation as in local currency. Here you have to assign the accounting principle in combination with your ledger. So this is the combination. We have created this accounting principle and this is our non-leading target ledger group. So double click on it, it gets assigned. Here the area post in real time, because for parallel accounting we need another depreciation area where the transaction should be recorded according to the group accounting principle. Here for depreciation area 3, there is a section field called alternative depreciation area. Here you have to enter as 1. So what it means that in further customization where we have to assign the GL accounts to record the asset acquisition and retirement transactions and depreciation posting transactions, when we assign GL account to the depreciation area 1, that is the book depreciation in local currency, local accounting principle, same GL accounts will get assigned to depreciation area 3 if you are not maintaining a group chart of depreciation. If you are maintaining a group chart of depreciation, you can assign those GL accounts for the depreciation area 3. So that is the purpose why we have entered alternative depreciation area 1 in depreciation area 3. So go back. Now select depreciation area 3, click on copy, change it to 4, and the description will be book depreciation in group accounting principle as per group accounting principle in group currency. And now we do not need this, and area does not post. So press enter. So these are the applicable depreciation areas we have configured. If you want to configure depreciation area in local accounting principle, in group accounting principle, as the depreciation area to record the transaction of asset accounting as per income tax account law, so you can also configure that. Okay, so these are the depreciation areas based on our business scenario that we have created. We have to define this. When you are defining the parallel accounting, then you have to define these depreciation areas. Any questions on it? So click on save. It will show you the information that these are the depreciation areas you have deleted. Continue. Create new request. Define depreciation areas for DL4. Save and continue. Exit. The next process that you need to define is specify transfer of APC values. Means APC means asset acquisition and procurement cost. Here for each depreciation area we define that how the asset posting transactions are recorded, according to which accounting principle the uh, transactions on these depreciation areas will be recorded in case of asset acquisition, or when in case of asset acquired or procured. Clear? So to define this, we have to go to, we can use this transaction or we can go to this menu path. So the menu path is display IMG, financial accounting, then asset accounting, general valuation, depreciation areas, specified transfer of APC values. Execute this. So here you will see that adoption of values from depreciation area. Here it is mentioned as 00. It means that the values for asset postings will be recorded on this depreciation area, according to which accounting principle that is assigned to this depreciation area. So we have assigned a local accounting principle to this depreciation area. So the 00 means the own depreciation. Okay. Own postings, it the asset transactions to be posted on this depreciation area will be on his, according to the its own accounting principle that is assigned to this depreciation area. For depreciation area, it is a valuation depreciation area for according to the local accounting principle. So the here the value adoption of values from depreciation area is maintained as 1 and it is to be identical. So the values for this depreciation area will be derived from depreciation area 1. We have another depreciation area where we have assigned the values to be the transactions to be updated in real time. So then this account for this depreciation area also, the valuation value adoption of values should be its own, according to its own accounting principle that is assigned to this depreciation area. Therefore, it should also contain the code as 00, and to change that you have to delete this values 01 by using delete button and then press enter. So system will automatically turns it into 00. And this depreciation area 4, the value should be derived from depreciation area 3 and there should be identical. So this is the customization and meaning purpose for this customization. Any questions?
सर अभी इसमें जो डेप्रिसिएशन का पहला एरिया कर दिया, बाद में अभी डेप्रिसिएशन का एक सेट क्या तो एपी एपी का
APC.
हाँ एपीसी वैल्यूएशन कर दिया, लेकिन इसमें परसेंटेज वगैरह किधर डिफाइन किया नहीं, समझा नहीं मुझे कुछ। ओ
पहला आप इतना ही कंसंट्रेट करो,
अच्छा
आगे सब समझ में आ जाएगा।
अच्छा अच्छा
ये कॉन्सेप्ट समझा?
हाँ
क्लियर है?
क्लियर है।
ओके। आप एट अ टाइम एक कॉन्सेप्ट समझो, इजी रहेगा। So now click on save, create new request, specify transfer of APC values. Save and continue. Basically, in this customization, we have defined that for depreciation areas where the real-time postings to be recorded, these postings to be recorded according to the which posting rules. So it is based on the accounting principle assigned to this particular depreciation area in while defining the depreciation areas. These are the depreciation areas maintained for valuation purpose. So these are the derived depreciation areas where there will be no real-time postings will be performed. So then from which depreciation area the value should be derived. So that we have mentioned. The next process is specify transfer of depreciation terms. Same customization we have to perform what we have performed here. Here we have performed the customizations to specify the system that the real the values on each depreciation area in case of asset acquisition or asset sales, how the values to be recorded on each depreciation area. And now here we will specify how the depreciations valuation will be recorded on each depreciation area based on the posting rules. So to perform this, go to this transaction code or menu path. So this is the node, specify transfer of depreciation terms, execute. So from previous customization, system will automatically take this transfer of depreciation terms for depreciation area 1 and 3 as 00. So here we have to specify as 01, continue, sorry, identical, then 03 and identical. Enter. And now save it, create new request, specify transfer of depreciation terms. Save and continue. Clear? Next, specify use of parallel currencies. Here, for parallel accounting valuation purpose, for depreciation area 2 and 4, which currencies to be assigned or the values to be recorded on which currency, that we have to define over here. So go to this menu path, display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, general valuation, currencies, specify use of parallel currencies. Execute this part is through APC valuation, this part is through depreciation term transfer. Here we have to specify the group currency because we have to, that is 30, and for here also for valuation purpose we have to specify the group currency 30. Clear?
तो अभी ये यूएसडी में इसका डिप्रिसिएशन होएगा क्या?
सारे ट्रांजैक्शंस, डिप्रिसिएशन, एसेट एक्विजिशन, एसेट रिटायरमेंट, सारे ट्रांजैक्शन ग्रुप करेंसी में होंगे, जो भी आपका ग्रुप करेंसी है.
ओके.
Okay, then click on save, create request, specify use of parallel currencies, save and continue. Next, assign input tax indicator for non-taxable acquisitions. So when we are discussing the tax codes, when we have defined the tax on sales and purchase, we have defined the tax codes A0, that is 0% output tax, and V0, that is 0% input tax. And we define those tags so that we can record both the taxable transactions and non-taxable transactions on same GL account or on same material master record. So here also in asset accounting, you have to specify the input tax indicator for non-taxable acquisition so that the transactions which is are not tax relevant in case of asset postings, that can be recorded on the same asset master or same GL account. That is the purpose of this customization. So this is the transaction code and menu path. So the menu path will be display IMG, financial accounting, then asset accounting, integration with general ledger accounting, specify input tax indicator for non-taxable acquisitions. Execute this, go to position, find your company code, and under input assign the tax code as V0, and under output assign the code as A0. Press enter, save it, create new request, assign input tax indicator for non-tax acquisition, save and continue. So with this, we have completed the steps for defining the chart of depreciation. And now we have to assign this chart of depreciation to company code so that it will link the asset accounting module to the FI company code. So to do this is the transaction code and menu path. So go to SAP, display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, organizational structures, assign chart of depreciation to company code. Execute, go to position, find your company code, and then under chart of depreciation, assign your chart of depreciation code, and then click on save. So there are no errors. If there was an error, system will display the error and you have to solve that error. Then only system will allow to assign chart of depreciation to company code. Create new request, assign chart of depreciation to company code. Save and continue. Is specify account determination. Account determination means it is a link between the asset master record and general ledger accounts. So the GL accounts that will be create to post the asset transactions and depreciation transactions, that GLs are assigned to asset master record through the account determination. So we have uh, learned this concept while we define the GL account, while we define the tax account key. We have assigned the tax account key to tax calculation procedure, and we have assigned the GL to the tax account key, thereby creating a link between the tax calculation procedure and FIGL accounts. So here also we need to assign the determine the account determination, where in further customizations we will create GLs and assign it to the asset class. So this account determination is stored in asset class. Okay. So what is asset class? We'll discuss in few minutes. But the account determination, it is the code or it is the key through which you can create a link between asset master record and FI general ledger account. So to specify the account determination, this is the menu path. So go to display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, then asset class, specify account determination, execute. So to determine the account determination, you can go to new entries and specify a code and description for your asset. So these are the default account determinations that SAP have provided. So you can use the same for your determining your assets. Okay. So you can use the same or you can create your own. So we will follow the same. Okay. We'll follow the same account determinations. If you want, you can create your new code for account determination based on your assets. So the next thing that you have to define is create screen layout rules. It has the same meaning that the screen layout rules defines the layout of asset master record, means which fields to be suppressed, which to be highlighted, which to be displayed, which to be mandatory. That is defined at screen layout, that is defined by screen layout rules. So here execute this. Here we will define only the code for screen layout and screen layout rule, and in further and in, and in a separate customization we will define the layout of for the asset master record. So here also we will use the default code that is provided by SAP. So these are the default codes for asset classes that SAP have defined for screen layout rule. So we are going to use the same. The next, we have to define the number range interval for asset master record. Execute this, enter your company code, change interval, and based on your number of assets, you have to define the number ranges. So if you have five number of different type of assets, like building, machinery, furniture, fixture, asset under construction, vehicles, for each type of asset masters, you have to define the number range. So here I will define the number range, a three number for five assets. So 0, 1, 1 to 100, insert line 0 to 101 to 200, 0, 3, 201 to 300, 0, 4, 301 to 400, and 0, 5, 401 to 500. Then save it. So when you assign this number range to asset class, the asset masters that is created under asset class will be numbered accordingly within this number range intervals. So go back. Now we will define the asset class. Execute this. So the asset class is the group of similar assets where the fixed assets with similar characteristics are grouped under asset class. All the customizations that is defined are assigned to the asset class. Means the asset acquisition, how the asset acquisition and sale to be recorded are, these rules are assigned to asset class. Again, how the depreciation is to be recorded is also assigned to the asset class. So when you define any asset master under the asset class, so all those rules that you define at asset class level gets applicable to that asset master record. So here again, if you go to new entries and then you have to specify the code for asset class, then the description. Here the description is buildings, then account determination that you have defined for buildings you have to assign over here. Then the screen layout rule you have to assign over here, and the number range. So here the number range 01 is assigned to the asset class buildings. So whenever a new asset master record is created under the asset class buildings, that asset master record will be numbered according to the number range interval that we have created for number range 01. So similar properties you have to maintain for all your asset class. Buildings, then machinery, furniture, fixture, vehicles, then asset under construction. There is a difference in the master of or the definition of asset under construction. So double click on this. One difference is there that here you have to define the status of asset under construction. How the asset under construction to be converted into the fixed asset. So these are some settlement rules that we will discuss further. But while defining the asset class for asset under construction, one change that you have to define is a rule through which the asset to be settled, that asset to be converted to fixed asset. So this is how you can define the asset class. Any questions? No questions? Hello? Okay. So the next thing that we have to define is the GL accounts. So we have to define the GL accounts to record the transactions of fixed assets, whether it is sale or purchase of fixed asset. So the fixed assets GL are the reconciliation accounts, and the reconciliation account type is asset. It is created under group assets for balance sheet, and these are the property for the uh, GL accounts for fixed assets. So we'll go to another session and go to transaction code FS00. Under assets, we'll create the assets. Balance sheet account, then assets, buildings, control data. It is a reconciliation account. So reconciliation account type assets, then sort key 001, and field status group will be reconciliation account G067. Double click on it, then save it. For each of your asset class, you have to define a GL account. So select this, click on copy, name the next GL for the asset class. We'll define it as machinery. Press enter. Rest of the properties are same. So save it. Then I will define three assets. So building machinery, create another one. And here I will create as AUC, that is asset under construction. and save it. Do you have any idea what is asset under construction?
It's a capital work in progress. It's those assets is not like software is a SAP at the time of implementation or any other work will be pending. That is a capital work in progress. It's a asset under construction.
Okay. So means the asset is still in the production phase. It is not yet completed and it is not yet commissioned or converted to fixed asset. That is called asset under construction. Okay. So after defining this GL, you have to assign this GL to the account determination so that you can create a link between the asset class and FIGL account. So this is the transaction code and menu path. So we'll go to SAP, go to IMG activity, display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, integration with general ledger accounting, assign GL accounts. Execute. Select chart of account, double click on account determination. Find the account determination that you have assigned to your asset class. Select this and double click on balance sheet account. Double click on book depreciation area 1 and acquisition account assignment for the field balance sheet account APC. Assign the GL for your fixed asset. Buildings, press enter. Do the same for all your account determinations for your asset class. Click on save, continue, create new request, assign GL account for asset postings or asset acquisition posting. Save and continue. Clear? So now we will define the screen layout for asset master data. Basically, we will define the field status for the asset master record. Through the screen layout rule that we have assigned to the asset class. So this is the menu path. Display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, then master data, screen layout, define screen layout for asset master data. Execute, double click on define screen layout for asset master data. Here you have to find the screen layout that you have assigned to your asset class. This is for buildings. So select and double click on logical field groups. So these are the field groups, or these are the tabs that you will find in asset master record. So first, if you go to the field time dependent data and double click on field group rules, so it will show you the list of fields for the group time dependent data, that which fields to be suppress, no means suppress, which fields to be optional, and which fields are to be mandatory for the data during the data post creation of asset master record, that you can control from here. Then go back. If you go to the field posting information and double click on this, so here also you can control these fields. Then for origin or inventory, okay, if even for general data, the description one is required, then the account allocation is required. So you can control which fields to be mandatory, which fields to be optional, and which is suppress, means which will not reflect in the asset master record for data entry. So these fields you can control for all your asset classes. So no changes required. So if you make any changes, you have to save it. Now the next process is determine depreciation area in asset class. So here in the asset, for the asset class, we activate the applicable depreciation we activate the all the depreciation areas that we have defined for our company code, okay, in our chart of depreciation. If you do not perform this step, or if you do not activate any of the depreciation area that you have defined for the asset class, then while posting the transaction, system will show you an error that you have activated parallel accounting, but you have not activated depreciation area for postings in parallel accounting. So that is the purpose why this customization is defined. So this is the transaction code and menu path. Display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, general valuation, determine depreciation areas in asset class. Execute, select the asset class of for your asset and double click on depreciation areas. By default, depreciation area 1 will be activated, and The depreciation key assign means depreciation key defines the depreciation calculation rule. Then useful life, till what, till how many, this is the useful life till this period. It is defined for building as 50 years. It is defined in years. So this asset building can be used for 50 years. So that is the life till what, the uh, for the period of 50 years, the depreciation to be calculated for the buildings. That is called the useful life, and it remains in your books of accounts. Layout, it is the layout for depreciation, how the depreciation on asset to be calculated. So we'll select 2000, unmark this checkbox. This way you will activate this depreciation areas for asset class, and here also assign the same layout and press enter. The properties will get copied to all the depreciation areas. This is how you can determine the depreciation areas for asset class. If any of this area for buildings, asset class building is deactivated, during transaction posting, system will show you an error that for parallel accounting postings, you have not activated the depreciation area and system will not allow you to post the transaction. So do the similar customizations to all your assets, all your asset class. The depreciation posting key and useful life will be different for all the asset class depending on the rules that is defined for by the company law for the to record the transaction for asset class. So accordingly, the depreciation key and useful life will be defined for the asset class. Click on save, create new request, determine depreciation areas for asset class. Save and continue. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
सर ऐसा
हाँ,
कुछ मेथड है क्या, मतलब ये प्रोसेस होने के बाद ये प्रोसेस करने का है, ऐसा कुछ शॉर्टकट मेथड है क्या, मतलब समझ में आएगा?
नहीं,
नहीं।
नहीं, आपको प्रैक्टिस से समझ में आएगा। ओके, शॉर्टकट कुछ नहीं होता है। आप प्रैक्टिस से कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आएगा तो कॉन्सेप्ट शॉर्टकट आप खुद, वो आप पे डिपेंड है, आप आपके लिए शॉर्टकट क्या है। ओके, सो शॉर्टकट कभी कभी डेंजरस भी होते हैं। So the next process is define screen layout for asset depreciation areas. So here we will define the field status for depreciation area in asset master record. There are two versions. One is main asset number and second is depreciation on sub number. Suppose you have created an asset called vehicle. That is your main asset. And further, you have bought uh, another vehicles, but you have not maintained a separate business master record for it. You are recording the asset on the same asset master vehicle. So what happens if you select the layout, even if you defined it as a so what happens when you set, though the acquisition date for the asset, each subsequent purchase asset is different, but the posting rules, the depreciation calculation rules are set on the primary asset or the asset class. So what happens if the asset is acquired in 1st of November and the depreciation calculation rule for asset class is set as at it should be calculated from the start of the fiscal year, because you have an pre-existing assets before you converted shifted to uh, SAP. So what happens for those assets also, system will calculate the asset depreciation on for the full year from the April. But if you have selected the layout as sub number, and if you have defined that the main asset is vehicle, but for every subsequent asset you define that vehicle 1, vehicle 2, vehicle 3. So if you select the layout second, then what happens, the depreciation will be calculated according to the rule that you have set for the sub asset. Okay, for the subsequent purchase of asset, the rule that you have set. So this is the difference between two versions. Any questions on it before we proceed? To define this layout, this is the transaction, this is the menu path. Display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, then master data, screen layout, define screen layout for depreciation areas. Execute. So this is the two layouts. So we have defined this layout for our asset class. So select this, double click on field group rules, and here you can control the fields that that will reflect, or it may and it could not reflect in the while defining the asset master record. So which fields to be mark required, which is to be optional, which is suppress. For the depreciation section for asset master record, you can control from here. So here also nothing needs to be changed. So go back, we will not save it. Clear? So now we'll see what is depreciation key. So depreciation key means here you can control how the depreciation is to be calculated for the asset class. So to define the depreciation key, the menu path is display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, depreciation, valuation methods, depreciation key, maintain depreciation key, enter chart of depreciation, then continue. So here various depreciation keys are defined and they needs to be activated so that the depreciation could be calculated according to the rules specified under this depreciation keys. So for our asset building, we have said that the depreciation is cal the depreciation key that is assigned is GD50. So we will check what depreciation rules are defined, depreciation calculation rules are defined for this, or what rules we need to be defined for the calculation of depreciation, that we will understand. So select this depreciation key GD50 and double click on assignment of calculation methods. So these are the various calculation methods you have to assign to this depreciation key for buildings. You have to define the calculation methods phase wise. Phase 1 means up to the end of useful life, that is 50 years. And phase 2 means after the end of useful life. So first we'll see what are these methods are. So first it is defined as base method. So we'll go to another session and we'll access this menu path and we'll understand each of these fields. Financial accounting, then asset accounting, depreciation, valuation methods, depreciation key, and then we'll go to calculation methods. And here is the first field, best method. So we'll execute this. Here the best method is defined as 0014. So this is the 0014. Double click on it. In the base method, we define what type of depreciation it is. So it is a ordinary depreciation. Depreciation method. How the depreciation to be calculated? Stated percentage means the percentage you define. Treatment of end of depreciation. Depreciation after plan life ends means for buildings we have specified the useful life as 50 years. So till the 50 years from the acquisition we have to maintain the master record for buildings in our books of accounts. we have to calculate the depreciation till the useful life ends, that is 50 years. So this field says that do you still want to calculate the depreciation on the asset building even after the useful life ends, means also after the end of 50 years. So here we will specify it is specified as yes. Depreciation below net book value. Net book value means the gross depreciation minus accumulated depreciation is the net book value. Okay. Gross value of asset minus accumulated depreciation is the net book value. If that net book value becomes zero, even after you want to calculate the depreciation as negative balance, now it is defined as no. So these things you need to define under best method. Any questions on it? Then the next is declining balance method. Define declining balance method. Declining balance method means in the initial phase of your asset's useful life, depreciation is calculated at the higher rate, and over the period of time, the depreciation percentage gets reduced. Okay. So if the first it will calculated as 25% at the rate of 25%, then after few years, say after 10 years or 15 years, it will calculated as 10%, then 5%. So that is, it gets, it is the phase that you need to define the phase, that at what pace it gets reduced. It is called the declining multiplication factor. So 20 after 2 years it gets reduced. Every 2 years it will get reduced, and the maximum percentage will be 20%. It is one of the method. But for building it is assigned as 001. It says 0. So no declining balance method is applied to the buildings. Clear this point? Period control method 004. Maintain period control methods 004. Here, at the four stages of asset during its useful life, for four different type of transactions, how the depreciation at each level to be calculated. So first is the acquisition year. Acquisition year means the year in which the asset is acquired. Say if the asset is purchased in 2024, then 2024 will be the acquisition year. So here the rule is defined as at the start of the year. This is not the correct. it should be pro rata up to mid period at period start date. It means if the asset is acquired in the first 15 days of a posting period or the first half of the posting period, then the depreciation will be calculated at full month for the full posting period. And if the depreciation is calculated in the second half of a posting period, then the depreciation to be calculated for the half posting period. That is the meaning of this statement. So we'll change it to 2. Acquisition following year means from the next year, from 2025, in case our example, because our starting fiscal year is 2024. So from 2025, how the depreciation is to be calculated on asset, that is at the start of the year. So the depreciation to be calculated for the full fiscal year. Retirement, same rule is apply. 02 retirement means you are selling the asset. Same pro rata up to mid period at period start date means within first 15 days, full month, after next 15 days, half month. Transfer, if you are transferring the asset within the company code or to the other company code, then how the depreciation is calculated, same as discussed previously. So click on save, create request, define period controls for depreciation. Any questions on it? So go back. Next is multi-level methods. So it is defined as 006. Define multi-level methods. Continue. It is 006. Validity start, that is from ordinary depreciation start date. When the asset is acquired. Ordinary depreciation start date means the date which you specify in asset master record when the depreciation calculation for this particular asset master record should be started. That is called the ordinary depreciation start date. So here the validity start date. So select this method and double click on levels. So here acquisition year is defined as 999, means any fiscal year when you acquire an asset, that is means the 999. For the infinite years, whenever you acquire the asset, the rule applies to that asset. Here in multi-level, what defines that for first 8 years from the acquisition of the asset, the depreciation on the base value, that is the acquisition value, what is the value of the asset, the depreciation will be calculated as 5%. After the 8 years, till the end of 14th year, the depreciation will be calculated as 2 point at the rate 2.5%. And after the 14th year till the end of 50th year, the depreciation will be calculated as 1.25%. That is called the multi-level method of calculating depreciation. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. The next thing that is defined as changeover method means when the phase 1 will end, the useful life is end. In the base method, we have defined that we still want to calculate the depreciation. So that means the change is to be executed, and that is changeover after the end of useful life. So the phase 2 will be started. The phase 2 will be started. So then the rules will change. Okay. So that is the changeover method meaning. So it says that when the useful life ends and and it is specified that the depreciation still to be calculated, then the method should be changed, and the phase that is called the phase 2 after the end of useful life. And for that also the depreciation calculation is defined, how it is calculated, the uh, all the methods are defined. So these are the properties that depreciation key controls. Clear? How you can define the depreciation calculation, the percentage, the method, when the date, from which date the depreciation to be started, that is all defined under the depreciation key. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what is defined over here.